All right. Last we left off 2 weeks ago. You guys made your way outside of town after being given a hearty farewell from the newly liberated town of Bastow. At which point, with the quest in mind, to head east towards Mirladar, where you've heard word through an emissary that Mirladar is under some form of what's the word I want to use here? Hostile action that's being taken place. Um, in pushing out of town into the eastern woods, crossing over these open fields and farmland, you were attacked by griffin riding druids that seemed to have this sort of tar like substance kind of greased over their face, and the griffins they rode also sharing very similar type of this icky, gooey, tar-like substance that would kind of cake into the fur and kind of wrap around some of their feathers. You, with the wagons, as you guys now have 2 horses, 2 ponies, and a wagon, if I remember correctly. Basically upon that ambush, Oscar was taken into the air, like 180 feet or something insane, where a struggle ensued, a couple of falling bodies, and as soon as the griffin gets 10 feet off the ground, fucking Cal coming in on horseback, grabbing the back leg of this creature and pulling it to the ground, resulting in this large tumbleweed roll, tuck and roll grandma situation. Leading to the griffin turning around, swiping at Oscar, screeching, and in the attempts of fleeing, a couple of pop shots were taken and failed to hit its target enough to take it down. And it flies off into the distance. And quite honestly, I believe that's exactly where we left off on our last session. So we begin tonight's session by saying this. As the griffin that got away turns to but a small black speck into the sky, it begins to hook into the eastern woodline and the general direction that you're going. You look back, and the canopy of the wagon that was slightly set ablaze has been snuffed out by Azar. The horse, I believe both horses survived this encounter, right? Cal, you grabbed the other one, I believe?
Yes, we actually looted and moved to the
Oh, okay.
forest line past the tower.
Got you. So you're right. That wasn't that far off. And that was literally the next sentence. Okay, yeah.
2
So,
minutes.
yep. So yeah, literally after you looted, you grabbed all your shit, you snuffed it out, you guys headed eastward, but you still have the 2 horses. I believe both horses survived.
Yeah.
And who's currently on horseback and who's on wagon?
I believe I'm driving the wagon, and someone was next to me, and they're not there. I don't know what's going on. And I think everyone else is behind me, and Cal and Keith are on horse and pony.
And Senra.
Yeah, I was in the cart.
Gotcha. Senra, where would you be in all this?
Probably just be in the
Oh, you broke up. I couldn't hear you, buddy.
probably just be in the cart.
In the cart as well? Okay, that's fine with me. So Cal and I'm sorry, who was the other person on horseback?
Me.
Keith, gotcha. Okay. So the moment your wagon, and there seems to be like kind of I wouldn't call it a dirt road, but it seems to be kind of like a traveled aisle that kind of cuts through this deciduous forest tree line, and almost immediately kind of turns into a murky type of situation, borderline swamp-like in nature. As you continue going deeper, I mean, the air temperature has dropped at least 10 degrees as this forest canopy is thick and wooded. multicolored, as you know, like I said, there's a whole bunch of different species of plant life here. The sunlight practically gets cut out completely, although the ambient light does seem to sift through enough to light your way. It is later in the afternoon, and you guys probably have maybe 2 to 3 hours of sunlight left as you continue your way into the tree line. The wildlife itself is afoot, very lively, in fact. Yeah, guys, that's kind of where we are. And during the course of this push into the tree line, you find that there seems to be a drizzle that begins to uh, kind of push through the tree lines. You have occasionally you'll feel drops as it slams into the leaves and they collect, and then the heavier droplets land on your cart and horses. Oscar,
What's up?
you're in the cart.
Mm-hmm.
Looking across, you see Senra. Senra, what are you thinking of? What are you doing right now? What's in Senra's head?
I am still just catching up to everything. I wasn't actually there for any of that combat, so with me disappearing, does that include that I would remember it, know of it when I get back, or is it
I mean, we could.
the unknown to
I
me?
mean, we could say the purple demon baby would have implanted memories as if you were there.
That combat was kind of irrelevant to the story, to be honest with you, except for one little Black Ooze part.
Relaxing. Bumpy ride, taking it easy.
Oscar, you see a calm over Senra's face as she's just kind of sitting there chilling, as if nothing happened.
Hmm. Um, I'd look at Senra and then just like, don't worry about it. Don't think about it. And then I would go back to work like whittling on the wood for the handle from the dagger while staring down at the egg, because I just saw it move, just like expectantly, like, oh yes, oh, I can't wait. Okay, all right, and like as he's like uh cutting away at it, hey guys, if we're gonna head into the woods, we should keep in mind that we just fought druids or druidic type folk, even though they were following a a demon lord. Um, it doesn't mean that we're not entering, their home field advantage. So we should keep that in mind as we press forward. And yeah, and feeling like he did the responsible thing, then goes back to whittling and staring at the egg, and just keeping his eyes on it. Like, yeah, it's gonna be soon. It's gonna be soon.
Azar turns around, sitting next to Fate in the front. Azar turns around. My lord, um, Sir, Sir Oscar. Sorry to interrupt you, Sir Oscar. Um, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I'm great. This is a great time right now. Didn't die from the goddamn griffins, and oh, it's only a matter of time now. But yeah, just keep your eyes like focused. We could be attacked at any moment.
It's kind of what I wanted to talk to you, um, Sir Oscar. If I may. So what happens when that thing hatches exactly? You plan to keep it, or um, what if it proves to be not so friendly?
It'll be a baby. What? I don't. No worries. I've studied for this, and he like reaches into. He like puts the blade down for a second, and like reaches into like one of his bags, and he pulls out the familiar training guide type thing, and he pulls it out like, don't worry, I've done some studying with it. It's actually kind of good that we're heading into a woodland area, even though it might spell our doom. Because it can help me gather up some food for the little one once they wake up. Well, not really wake up once they are born.
So you've handled one of these things before?
Um, I haven't. I mean, when I was really young, my dad let me, hold and interact with his old pseudo dragon, but that was a long time ago before stuff happened. But yeah, I mean, I've interacted with one before. Uh, not a baby one. This is gonna be a first, but that's what studying is for.
Well, if I'm to be honest, Sir Oscar, and once again, I'm sorry. I just feel as if I need to share my thoughts on the matter here. Uh, I'm of no knowledge of these creatures, and it just, I don't know if it's the right time. I mean, if you think it'll help, I'm learning to trust, but it to me, it's a wild beast, and just unsure. It just makes me feel something just doesn't feel right, but it could just be me.
Well, to be specific, it would be a dragon, not a beast. But to each their own. If it's something you, like you said, you haven't interacted with before, uh, the unknown is something that all that work in the arcane arts have to learn to, be a little more accepting of. And as someone that is, getting into magic yourself, you'll find that even with it being from a more divine source, you're gonna deal with a lot of the same thing, a lot of unknown, but having to put your neck out and do your best anyway.
I, I mean, I guess I could understand where you're coming from. I just still don't. I just don't understand why you feel that your this creature's your responsibility. It just doesn't make sense to me. But a lot of things. I suppose I'm still very new. But as he turns to fate, I mean, what? How do you feel about this?
Well, if it doesn't work, we got ourselves some chicken wings.
Azar kind of cracks a half smile, kind of a slight chuckle.
Don't try to eat my child.
The two in front, as this conversation continues inside the cart, Senra, do you wish to chime in with anything, or?
No, she's just listening, kind of storing it away.
All right. In the front, Cal and Kaith kind of, let's just say 20 to 30 feet in front of the cart. Although you hear mumblings and rumblings coming from the cart behind you, the exact verbiage is kind of difficult to hear over the twigs breaking under your hooves and whatnot. Kaith, you look over at Cal. Cal, what do you look like right now?
Well, still wearing that nice full plate armor that's a little bit mismatched. I just look. He just looks dirty. We've been in a couple fights. We haven't really cleaned anything.
The rain that kind of trickles in through the canopy hitting your armor, and it creates these water droplet, like how something that's dirty and you can like pour a little bit of water over it and it kind of creates these little clean trails through dirt and grime. Your armor kind of has that effect as the rain drips and collects on some of the dust and dirt that's on your armor, and they pool and they drip onto your thighs, creating these little sandy beads on your thighs and in your clothing. Kaith, you're looking over to Cal, and he just seems to be doing his duty, looking forward. Do you wish to say anything to Cal?
Just wondering if what other surprises we're going to find on our adventure.
Cal, Give me a perception check, please.
Okay.
You look around. The wildlife, as you head deeper into the swamp, it's very much kind of pooled water here and there. The ground is soft as the hooves sink into the ground a little bit more. It's marshy. The ponies that are pulling the cart slow down a little bit, as it is a little bit more, strenuous for the ponies to pull through in this heavier kind of terrain set. The trees are somewhat, some of them are broken in half. They have that moss kind of covering. The air itself smells very kind of earthy, like that humid earth moistness to it. And the moss seems to bead in water droplets as well. Um, but with your 12 and your perception, as you kind of look around, in particular to your left, there seems to be a log kind of like 10 feet or so outside the trail line here. Um, you, any common man would mistaken it for a log, but it just doesn't seem to be shaped like a log. In like a traditional log. It has a different appeal to it that you find curious.
I'm gonna go ahead and point that out and take a closer look at it and like actively study it. Does it
Sure.
look like it's a possible threat?
So as you slow down, Keith, once again you look over at Cal, you see him slowing down, and he seems to be really concerned or at least focused on whatever's to his left.
I mean, I'll slow down as well, just to see what he's doing.
Do you dismount, Cal?
What was that?
Do you dismount?
No, but I'll ride the horse up to it.
Sure. You ride your horse up to it, and Applejack actually winds up stepping on the edge of it, and it kind of, almost like a lever and fulcrum or a seesaw, it kind of pops out of the ground, and it seems to be like from the middle of a bicep to the hand, and it kind of comes up, but it's stiff as a board, and it almost looks like it's made of complete metal.
All right. I'm gonna
Completely
go
covered
ahead
in
and-
moss.
That's definitely interesting. I am gonna go ahead and dismount because this is curious, and I'm going to try pulling it out.
Sure, fate. You see Cal dismount, and if you don't pull back on the reins, the ponies are going to kind of run
I'm
past.
pulling back because the lead is stopped, so I have to stop now.
Sure thing. You see Cal dismount, fate, as well as Azar.
I'm gonna stand up to get a better look to see what the hell he's doing.
At this point, Cal has kind of squatted over. He's kind of like, not kneeling, but, lowering his ass down to the ground. And he kind of, I'm assuming you're trying to touch it, Cal?
Yeah, I'm gonna touch it and I'm gonna try to pull it out.
Sure. You pull it out, and it's kind of like, at first, it's like the mud in the ground has created this vacuum, like you're pulling something out of quicksand. So as you pull up on it, and it kind of uproots out of it, and it seems to be a metallic arm, and it seems to be severed between the shoulder and elbow, like halfway through a bicep. There seems to be clockwork, kind of wiring, metal kind of in innards of a metallic arm that like pop out of the side. It's rusted over. It's moss covered. There's sand and soot and mud that have encrusted onto it. Yeah, there you go.
Is this something I've seen before at all within the Empire?
You can give me a history check if you wish.
Oh.
This definitely to you looks like the arm of one of the old clockwork soldiers, i.e., Warforge. But this looks to be very, very, very old.
Should those old soldiers have been over here at all?
I mean, with a history check, you would know, stories and whatnot. So, yeah, there definitely was a clockwork. It's actually called the Great Clockwork War. You do know that its primary function, this Warforged army, so to speak, was to help liberate this area from the old desert dwellers. Also, yeah, for now that's what you get for there.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call everyone else over and show what I find, and we'll see about digging a little bit to try to find the rest of it.
So I'm gonna ask someone to help me down from the horse, please.
And Seven will walk over and help Keith down.
Thank you, Senra.
No problem.
Your feet hit the soft ground, and you kind of just like stepping on a wet shag carpet. As your boots just kind of make that squishy sound, and a little bit of water spurts out from the pressure of your foot. You make your way closer to Cal, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you see Cal kind of dinking around with this severed metallic arm.
So I'm just gonna nudge it with my foot.
You nudge it with your foot, and it feels as if you're kicking a lead pipe.
As they're all messing with that, Sen was just going to keep an eye on the surrounding area.
Absolutely. I would love for you to give me a perception check, please.
Where's my sheet? This-
With a 9, it's your cliche swamp setting, right? You know, a little bit of a mist, a little bit of drizzle going on, and you're looking around and whatnot. Um, Deeper, let's just say 20 or so feet deeper, there seems to be, well, now that you're aware there's a severed arm here, right? I would say that you're more keen to the concept that there's something going on here, or at least something had gone on here. So as you look into the swamp, keeping your alert, you would see this log sticking out of the water 20 feet in. It's a thicker log, but once again, keeping your eye up on what's happening here, you kind of give it a second glance over, and it kind of looks like a leg sticking out of the water.
Seems weird, but okay. I don't really know about the other thing yet, so I'm just going to keep a watch.
Sure. Oscar, are you jumping out?
Um, I'm listening in. Did they say like it's a warforged arm?
Well,
Did Cal say that's out loud?
I'm assuming Cal has alerted everyone that's in the proximity of what he sees.
When everybody comes over, I'll give them a little history lesson of them.
Now, it's
So
not
Oscar,
this Great War, by the way. It's not unknown. You know what I mean? It was a pretty big to do. Now, granted, it happened a couple hundred years ago and whatnots, but it was kind of a big to do at the time. So it wouldn't be outside the realm of common knowledge as far as stories go.
okay. So Oscar would like list. He'd stay in the cart, listen in, and be like, "Oh, okay, cool." Uh, I mean, there's some sort of magic to them, but it's dead. Whatever. How deep into like did we make it into the forest, or is this just the opening
Oh
of the
no, no,
forest?
you guys, I'm gonna say have been already traveling a good hour or so. I don't know if I said specifically that, but you're in it.
Okay. So I'm going to uh put the egg away and carry it, and then take a lookout. Do I see any like potential threats or anything?
You can make a
Or
perception as well if you'd like.
all right. I was also wondering. Well, I was also gonna see if I can look for any um what's it called, materials for my like arcane search thing. Like looking for like materials for like potions or like magical shit like that.
Well, it's going to take you a full hour of searching. So whether or not your
Oh,
party's
that's
going to chill
true.
here for an hour, I'm not sure.
That's a good point.
I mean, I'm not
I'll
opposed to
wait.
you searching, but understand it'll take that time.
Yeah. Okay. I can. I'll wait to see what the party wants to do next. All right. So you said make a perception check. Boom. I got a
With a 3,
3.
the only thing I'm going to give you is the fact that you would see everyone in your party doing their thing. You do see Senra slightly kind of like stare at something, but what it is, you don't know.
Doing center stuff. That's fine. That's what I was gonna scare. Um. uh. Well, he doesn't see anything too blaring. So he's just going to, while they probably are gonna end up doing some physical work to move that, he's gonna go back in and continue to whittle away at the handle while he monitors the egg.
Sure thing. And then the camera is going to go out of the back of the semi-charred canopy of that wagon and fly in front of Fate's face. And Fate, looking at the rest of the party, what are you doing, buddy?
Oh, I got a quick out of character question, super fast. If I put these reins down, are the horses like secured to the wagon?
Yeah,
Like,
you're
some
good.
laws? Yeah, okay. Good.
Yeah, I'm not
All
that
right.
big. I'm not that big of a dick.
I'm putting the reins down, and I'm jumping out to join everyone in front of this mechanical arm. I'm looking down at it. I'm going to give it a little kick. And how
Pink.
sturdy is this thing?
It's a metal arm. Warforged are built to last. Except this arm seems to have been severed by some sort of physical means.
Any scrap metal loose that I could collect, or is it all together?
I'll tell you what. It's right in front of you. Without really working at it, I could even just give it to you. So, without really digging into it with tools and whatnot, I would say there's some rusted gear components that are loose enough that if you kind of wiggle it back and forth, you know how you can cut a paper clip by bending it back and forth a little bit until it heats up and then snaps. I would say you could get some scrap metal that way. It won't be a lot, but it's kind of rusted over and whatnots. But you're more than welcome to do it.
Would it be enough to smelt and forge a sword from?
Oh, you'd have to probably take out the whole arm for that.
Oh, never mind. Don't care.
Also, you'd have to handle the rust first, and it'd cause a lot of impurities and stuff.
But it's not saying you can't do it, right? I mean, you could absolutely
No.
take it with you and melt it down and get rid of the slag. Sure.
We'll move on. So I'll go say Cal. So you think we can get this out of the way and keep going?
Fate, give me a perception.
Where's that damn button?
You look up, and you would see the same leg that Senra sees. You don't know that she sees it, rather. But you would see this, what looks like a log, but under, once again, you kind of cock your head to the side. It kind of looks like the shape of a leg. And that's about, from your location, an additional 10 feet.
Are there signs of a fight nearby? Like, if we look around, are there indentations in the ground? Like, were there tracks? I mean, like,
Do you wish to say that to the party?
Yes.
Everyone in the party who hasn't rolled a perception yet, roll a perception, please. Or even still an investigation if you feel that's a better roll. All right. Keith, you absolutely look around hearing Fate's concern. To your side even further, on the opposite side, though, it looks like, imagine, I guess, pardon the expression, imagine a dead body floating in the water face down, but it looks to be like, a moss-covered back, and the only reason why you caught eye of it is, a little break in the tree line, a little bit of sunlight that peered through with the rain, kind of reflected a metallic surface briefly.
I said, look, something shiny.
Where?
Over there. between the trees.
Well, I'm looking at. What do I see?
You see a moss-covered rock with a little glint in the middle of it.
Does it look like it's something that we can get over to?
Absolutely. I mean, off of the trail, quote unquote, even though the trail is really marshy and wet and soft, as you step into the, like, off the trail, I don't know, 6 inches maybe of water. You know, like murky, swampy, thick, kind of scum covered water.
Yum.
All right, I'll try to walk over and see if I can get it and bring some
Sure.
rope.
Absolutely. You make your way over. You just kind of.
Carefully walk over there.
Yeah, absolutely. You slosh, and as you're about to get to this glinted rock, moss-covered rock, you kind of stub your toe as you're walking cautiously. So because you said you're walking cautiously, I'm not going to have you roll a dexterity check, but you kind of kick something hard under the water.
I'll reach down and check that first. See if it's a rock or does it sound like it's metal as well?
You reach down and you kind of both your hands and you pull up this what feels like a large rock, but as you pull it closer to the surface through the water, it becomes clearer as the water is able to be seen through at the top, like 2 inches, and you see two dead eyes, two black dead robotic eyes. As you pull it out of the water, you hear the water kind of trickling out of whatever empty spaces was inside this Warforged's head.
So before I continue, just for player knowledge, who did the Warforged fight for?
The Holy Empire was the original creation of it. The
Perfect.
early Holy Empire.
Okay, that's good to know. So in that case, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to Chewbacca this. I'm going to grab all the parts of the robot and bring them back.
Okay, so I will go ahead and do this then. So you pick up the head, and then I'm assuming you're going to the glinted rock, as we called it.
Yeah.
You make your way to the glinted rock, and you clearly see that it's like the back torso, basically like face down, like you see the back. As you kind of peel away some of the mud-covered moss, and it kind of slides off. It's once again, it's rusty, dusty, really bad, right? But it's rusty, dusty, and you see kind of, I'm not gonna say war paint, but like war engravings kind of etched into some design, almost as if they had character in their design.
That's pretty cool. Are there any marks that I might recognize?
There is absolute. Oops, hold on. I need to change my push to talk button. There are engravings on it. Yes. Why don't you roll me another history check then? Oh, the suspense. Can you hear me, Cal?
Can you say that one more time?
History check, please.
Oh, sorry, one second.
With the 22, yeah, it definitely has early depictions of the Holy Empire. Kind of like, how the American flag started off with just like, like 12 stars or whatever the fuck. And eventually it's been changed over and over and over again as we added more. Think of that, but like earlier versions of the Holy Empire emblem and crest.
Okay.
No sooner than you're clearing this off, the log, like there's like a tree, right, like a really big lush tree that's about 10 or so feet from you on your right, just kind of around where you're currently fucking around. And it's at that point that proximity alert, proximity alert.
And I hear this as well?
I'll get
Everyone would
moving a
hear
little
that.
faster.
I run towards the horse.
What the fuck?
I draw weapons.
What did you do, Cal?
Proximity alert. XR424, mission 12771. Error. Error.
What's that coming from, Cal?
It's something over by the tree, apparently, right over there. Did I make it back in the back towards the cart with what I currently have, or is this on my way back?
This is as you're collecting your shit.
Oh, okay.
So you haven't quite tied it all off yet. This is so like as you're peeling away this moss and soot and shit, and you're trying to collect your shit together here, and you just notice the engravings. That's when this happens. And once again, it's in the tree that's like 10 feet away from you, or at least it sounds like it's coming almost from the tree directly. At least that's the feeling and the sound you're getting.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'm going to put stuff down so that it's easily accessed. And then with my sword, I'm going to start walking that direction.
Proximity alert. Error.
Yo,
XR424. Awaiting command.
I'll keep going forward.
You make your way to the other side of the tree. Now, follow me on this little picture here. Actually, I think I have a picture to help illustrate what I'm going for. Give me one second. So imagine a warforge that has been frozen in time, and just over the course of, I don't know, a century or two, the tree has basically overtaken this warforge to the point that all you really see inside the tree is like a couple of metallic components that peek through the bark here and there, and like the face is half covered, and the eyes glint is red, but it's a very faint red. It's almost as if it's on emergency reserves of sorts. You know what I mean? Like every time it speaks, you see the eyes kind of flash in the same vein as its audible parts. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk up and look at it. Am I able to like see the face of it?
About half the face.
Well, I guess obviously if I could see that part of it. I'll see if I can peel away some of the wood off of it with, I'll pull out a dagger for that.
Proximity alert. Error. 424, awaiting command. Forces south, engage western flank. Error.
Cal, was that about forces in the south?
I think it still thinks it's in the war.
424, awaiting command. Need intel.
I am going to, try declaring myself as its commander and give my title as a member of the Empire and tell it to free itself from the tree. See if that works.
424, command, access, moving, error. This cool order.
I'll continue trying to break it out of the tree. A little bit harder this time.
You kind of chip away at it. This is not something you can do with your hands, right? I mean, like I said, this tree has probably grown around this thing for a long fucking time. It's almost as if it's part of the tree at this point. Like, you ever see those old pictures of like a bicycle that has been left in the woods for like 100 years and the tree has literally like reclaimed it? You know what I mean? It's almost
Yeah.
like one of those situations.
Okay.
You know, Fate's pretty curious about this, so he's going to approach it now. While while Cal's trying to clean it up.
Proximity alert. Proximity alert.
What number was he called again?
XR 424 mission 1277. Error.
Is that here? XR421?
XR 424. You deaf shit.
XR424,
that.
report.
XR 424 reporting. Mission 12771. Baruaba forces moving south. Engage western flank. Device must be set. Retrieve. Package. Error. Error. Is this like cool?
What year is it?
Unable to compute. Error. Error.
What do you think, Cal? You think he's talking about something current or the past?
I think he's talking about something.
So, as can you guys hear me? I don't know if I just fucked up my audio.
Yep.
So, before we continue that, let's. So everyone should be able to hear this at this point, right? So why don't we backtrack a little bit? I want to kind of get everyone's input on this one. So let's start off with Oscar, since you're the one furthest back at the moment. You hear all this shit going on. Where's your head at, man?
Guys, it sounds like whatever that thing is, it's old and busted. I'd be careful though. You never know what mechanisms or something is still present. Shit, that thing could explode. But should we really be taking time to worry about this right now? I thought you guys wanted to rush. That's why we went through the forest.
True. One last question. I forgot the number of this. Is XR421?
424.
XR424. I need movement reports from your position. What have you seen recently?
Command accepted. Self-destruct sequence activated.
Called it.
Time to go, boys.
I'm grabbing what I can and getting out of there.
So, Senra, okay, so we're gonna pause you guys. So, fucking Fate's like, look, time to go. Cal is kind of grabbing his shit. Senra, you hear that? Where's your head at?
Still at the cart, so I'm just gonna wait for him to get back and jump on one of the horses so we can get out faster.
Okay, and Keith.
I've been trying to get up on my horse.
Yeah.
Because that thing scared me.
I'll help Keith get up on the horse.
So you two are gonna share a horse?
Oh, I thought there were two.
There are two. One of them's Cal's.
Okay.
I mean,
Sure.
Keith is a
I don't know.
halfling. There's more than enough room for you and a halfling on a horse if that's the thing you want to try.
If Keith can get up on the horse, then I'll help her up and then go to the cart or back to the cart.
Okay. So, you know what? Just because let's have a little fun with this. Cal and Fate, give me give me dexterity saving throws. So as Fate spins, pivots, and hauls ass towards the cart, Cal, you remember you're within like 6 inches of water, and the ground can get kind of slippery and whatnot as you kind of stub and kind of fall to a knee and then the weight of the shit that you're trying to pick up and take with you kind of topples you over a little bit, right? And you kind of, I'm not gonna say face plant in the water. You catch yourself, but you absolutely stumble in the process. And as you stumble, and you hear, pew.
Error, error.
At this point, you make yourself back to the. You make yourself. You head on back to the cart, Fate, and you hear error, error, and there's no explosion. In fact, you see a little steam coming from the cracks in the tree.
Well, boys, let's just keep going forward.
This is why I don't mess with machine type stuff. So inconsistent, right, guys?
All right. So, Cal, you pick yourself up. Are you going to grab those pieces, or are you continuing to engage the tree forge? I think we lost Cal.
Cal?
He might be having technical difficulties. So in the meantime, so Kavul's not here. So you hop onto the horse case, I believe, and then Senra's gonna dip back into the cart. Oscar's already at the cart. Fate, you said you're dipping. Are you getting back on the driver's seat?
Yeah, I'm gonna drive the cart, I guess.
Okay. Cal, everyone seems to be kind of hiking up and getting ready to set on out. You're more than welcome to continue to engage or what have you.
I was just gonna grab the stuff and then get back to the horse and get out.
Sure thing. You get back to Applejack's. You have a Warforged head and a torso. It's not light by any stretch, not to mention, Lord knows how much just soot, mud, and grime that's actually clogged in all the the empty spaces within the body of this frame. So it's not light. It's going to be very, very, very cumbersome on top of the already existing awkward
If
fitting
possible,
plate.
I'll try to put that in the wagon.
Sure. Yeah, there should be room in the wagon. Why not? Okay, so that means Senra and Oscar. Out of the back of the cart opening, you see this head of a Warforged getting kind of like placed into the back. It's still
Oh, what the fuck?
it's still very wet, and there's still fluid on the inside mechanisms that have pooled that occasionally, as the head kind of rolls around, it frees more grime and soot. And one
Cal, what the fuck?
also a torso, and then on top of that, every once in a while, as it shifts and moves, as he's placing it in the back, like some more muds kind of spews out. You'll see a couple, like an earthworm or two, that, and maybe even an eel as well, that just kind of like slithers out of the body of this creature.
I stabbed the eel. Aha!
Sure.
Yes, food for child.
The eel is dead.
Cal, at least clean it out first. Please.
You can do that. Let's go.
You son of a bitch. I hope you
I
still
go and get
enjoy
on the horse and start riding.
Do we need these?
I don't know, but they're interesting. Might be something to look into.
So just make
Do we
sure.
need more than the head?
So are you keeping the head, the torso, and the arm?
Yes, the head, the torso, and the arm.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. You're more than welcome to add that to your inventory. All right. Cool. I'm sorry. It amuses me. As you continue down the path, the murky, marshy path, in the distance,
That's a little depressing.
It's not that bad.
So,
It was stuck in a tree. It couldn't go anywhere.
well, I, I guess no harm, no foul. Um. So who's keeping eyes out for things that are trying to kill us?
That's what I've been
I
doing.
am from the front again.
I'm gonna strike up a conversation with Cal to find out what the hell that thing was.
I'll talk a little bit more about it. It's on how it's a warforged, and it seems like these are left over from the war a long time ago. I don't know what they're still doing here, but
I don't remember learning about that war.
well, with my glorious 24 for that history check,
yeah,
all
I'll
the
fill in
history I know.
I'll fill in that blank for you. So he would ramble on for the next 30 minutes about the Great Clockwork War. He knows that those forces were designed to help eradicate an opposing force, with the primary goal of acquiring more territory, to start at least. At the time of the Great Clockwork War, there was a desert dwellers force, out of character. Think kind of like an Egyptian empire of sorts, head by a pharaoh. The pharaoh's name being called the Great Baruaba, who opposed the ideals of the Holy Empire, violently. In fact, rumor has it, upon the eradication of the majority of his forces, that with disease, and lack of resources, as the Warforged army kind of encapsulated that territory, preventing a lot of resources to go in and whatnot. It is said that Baruaba took desperation and turned to less ideal ways of conquering his foes. And what specifics is unknown to common knowledge, and I'll leave it at that.
Does
Okay.
Cal say this out for everyone to hear?
He's only about 20-30 feet. I'll tell you what, if you give me a perception check higher than a 13, I can say you overhear it. Sure.
Okay, cool. Perception.
There you go. Sure. You may not catch every single word, but you hear enough.
Hey guys, didn't we hear something about there was a place, I don't remember where it was, but didn't they say there was like a sandstorm that was like covering an entire region that made it so that people couldn't get there?
No, it was the sandstorm covering the town.
The town we're going to? I thought it was a different place. But that sounds sort of like the story you just said makes me think of that. So
What
could
story?
Cal was just talking about the Clockwork Wars, and there was like essentially the opposing side against the Empire was someone that used uh evil, potentially magical means. I'm not entirely clear, but And the way that they describe the culture and the people and stuff like that made me think of like the people that live in deserts and desert sandstorm. It might be a stretch, but it just came to mind.
Probably the culture that became the zombie undead army.
Maybe that's what the legend didn't tell. Maybe he started going into dark magic and made an undead army. Wouldn't be the first time someone's tried that shit.
It wouldn't be the first time someone's gone into evil means to fulfill their own goals. That sounds familiar.
It could be a part of the group that's done the demon armies too.
Well,
Well, demons are from a different plane. I don't really think that I'm not really aware of there being like an undead plane.
well, undead can are sort of like like sorry. Undead could probably happen anywhere as long as someone do does the right magic. It could happen pretty much anywhere, even in like the celestial plane or the elemental plane of water, fire, blah blah blah, anywhere as long as it works out right. So, but yeah, sorry for getting us sidetracked. It just made me think about that. So there might be more to the situation with that robot than we would know.
Oscar, you would be able to look at the pieces of Warforged that Cal kind of put in the back as it is kind of clunking around back there. It's not like it's wild or anything like that, but it kind of, slides an inch or two here and there, kind of spilling more guts out and whatnot
Yay.
here and there. You do see where he cleared off. You would see an early emblem of the Holy Empire kind of etched into its kind of brass and copper side and whatnot. Although it seems to be heavily damaged, it looks like it kind of has on the other side of the torso where the etchings are some sort of blunt force, like something really hard and sharp may have slammed into it. On one side, there seems to be some damage there, some dented in here and there throughout the body.
Cal, did you like beat the shit out of this thing before you brought it in here?
No?
Hmm. Well, it's got some wear and tear on it, that's for sure.
Well, they served in a war before, so I'm sure there was plenty of fighting.
Do
And
any
it
of
was in
the
pieces.
markings uh look recent? Like less like covered in shit and like uh yeah, can I make like an investigation to
Sure,
see if I can tell if anything looks more recent?
sure.
Alright.
Nothing recent. If anything, with your investigation, you'd be more keen on the idea that this looks very, very old, almost like a relic of its time.
Hmm.
The, I mean, common knowledge of the world. This is out of character towards everyone. Common knowledge of the world is, although Warforged exist, they're more in the realm of refugee type status or runaways. At least the ones that became sentient. The majority of the Warforged in this domain were more think of a skeleton to a necromancer, except a maker to the robot. They were more enslaved and used for general purposes of militaristic means. Although there are some sentient ones out there by different means, they're very, very rare. They don't really exist. You see a Warforged maybe like once every year or two, and that's in passing, and most of the time you wouldn't even realize it because they tend to be more covered up.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just leave it at that. Guys, we should probably try to find someplace hidden to make camp for the night because uh not only do we have to worry about whatever creatures live in this creepy ass swamp, but there still are those forces we fought, and you know, given that they follow the demon lord of mushrooms, mushroom fungus swamp, yeah, that's all. That all fits. Yeah. What time is it right now? Like,
I mean, I said you had about 2 or 3 hours of daylight roughly when you walked into the swamp. You've been walking, let's say, an hour to 2 hours. Let's just call it on the verge of dusk.
yeah. So we should try to find uh a spot to rest for the night, um, and somewhere a little concealed so that we don't have to worry about those guys. Oh, and if we have some cover, we like from above, we might not have to worry about the griffins either.
So, am I understanding? Are you trying to convince them to make camp? Is that what's happening here?
I think that's probably best.
Is it
We
still the
can't really
same day
trap by
that we
night.
left?
Is it what?
Still the same day that we left?
Yeah, you left earlier in the morning, so yeah, you've been traveling practically throughout the day.
Okay. If it's close to night, then I would agree.
Okay. It looks to be the general consensus is camp time. All right. So, once again, the ground is once again marshy. You're very much in a swamp like scenario. It's not like your cliche evil cemetery swamp or anything like, but it's a fucking swamp. But yeah, you kind of dismount. You slosh around. I'm assuming you take, let's say, 30 minutes to an hour to kind of gather what you need. Are you guys building a fire and everything?
Definitely.
We're building a low fire cut into the ground.
Yeah, I
Sure.
agree with the low fire.
Okay, it is still slightly raining. It's not like a downpour or anything like that. But there definitely is liquid coming from the sky, like a light rain. As you get all your shit together, I guess, Senra, you're the one starting the fire?
I suppose I can.
Sure. Why don't you rock me a survival as everyone's going around and trying to find as dry log as possible. And you know what? Soggy logs, a little bit of rain. You kind of go into your old tactics of survival, even if it was on the streets. You know, kind of. Oh, look, here's some dry moss under this little log here. You fucking click this here. You clack that there, and you're able to spark a small fire.
Grab random shit and it happened to work.
Absolutely. That's the most MacGyver fucking fire you've ever seen. It starts to crackle, pop, 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 as the moisture inside some of the logs that were used, although dry enough to start a fire, still have a very wet core. As you hear, pop, pop. But over time, the crackle and the smoke begins to rise. Although very small, there's still a degree of smoke that kind of emanates. Occasionally, as the sun is setting at this point and the canopy grows dark, and the rain still kind of slowly kind of creaking through the leaf canopy. Um, I'm assuming the fire's close enough to the cart where you can reasonably sit on the edges of the cart and enjoy the light.
It's a little bit away from the cart, maybe like 10 feet.
Okay. Okay.
But I am also going to set up some extra logs, the next ones to be burned around to dry them out.
Fantastic, and that's reasonable. You're in a fucking forest with, yeah, there's wood everywhere. So absolutely. As you do that, Kaith, what are you doing while Senra sparks up this fire, kind of gets shit going? What's Kaith doing here for this little camp out sesh?
I'm gonna help Senro try to find some more dry things, like more twigs and maybe some dried leaves or whatever underneath the wet stuff. Possibly see what I have in my bag. Maybe I can actually, maybe on my ventures of looking for this, if I can see if there's any like small game I can shoot.
Yeah. Why don't we go survival? You know what? Your presence there may have spooked all the birds away. And if there is small game, they're doing a great job hiding from you.
All right, so yeah, once I grab some of the drier stuff and head back, I'm gonna probably just try to find somewhere to sit that's dry that I could just eat, some rations as I feel I'm getting hungry.
Um, there it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility where there might be a fallen log or something that could be sat on. I mean, outside of it'll be wet and moist. I mean, the cart itself is dry for now.
Yeah, I wanted to stay near the fire.
Okay. I mean, you could find a little patch of moss. It'll be a little soggy and wet, but you're welcome to sit on it.
Alrighty.
And squish as you hand over your logs and twigs trying to assist Senra. Senra, Keith hands you a couple of kindling, dry pieces of vegetation, large enough to be a big stick for a halfling, but as it enters your hand, they're not that big.
Still useful with firewood. So I'll set it out to dry and kind of tend it for a bit until it's kind of self-sufficient, the fire.
All right. Fate, what is you doing?
I'm just observing, trying to stay on guard, watching everyone while they do their thing. So everyone seems to be doing everything that needs to get done already.
All right. So, Cal, as you see Senra and Keith attending to a fire, what is Cal up to?
Cal is going to attend to the horse first, and then attend to the weapons armor, and then the robot remains.
I'm sorry, buddy. There was some background noise there. I couldn't hear you clearly. I apologize.
Oh, okay. So he's going to focus on the horse first, then weapons and armor, then the remains of the robot.
Sure. I mean, the horse itself, you're definitely bonding over time. In fact, the horse shows signs of it starting to kind of trust you a little bit. Why don't you roll me an animal handling too to see, just because. Looks like your horse is getting kind of ornery. It's wet. You're in a swamp. The sounds of wildlife is starting to echo as the nighttime creatures are coming out. You kind of hear the quack 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 quack. Cicadas and whatnots, and bullfrogs kind of whistling in the background. Some you hear kind of echoing through the forest and the woods. You tend to your weaponry, and that's pretty pretty straightforward. Azar comes over to you. My lord, what are your intentions with? I mean, why collect scrap metal?
I don't know. Maybe we can.
My lord, you're turning into a warforged.
Kill it.
Wait, what?
You sounded really robotic there for a second. I was rolling with it. So what did you say last? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. You were robotic.
Oh, it's okay. What I was saying was, we might be able to find something from it. We might be able to learn something, or maybe somebody else can.
I mean, as you wish, my lord. I just don't understand how this is going to benefit us getting to our location. If anything, it's going to just weigh us down.
We can get rid of the rest and keep the head.
I mean, my lord, you, after all, I'm under your tutelage, right? So I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound out of place, my lord. I apologize. I'm just this place gives me uncomfortable vibes, my lord.
Me as well. I don't trust it here, especially with everything that's going on.
My lord, with your permission, I would like to go look around, make sure we're safe.
Yeah, go ahead. Stay in sight, though.
Yes, my lord. And he kind of slowly kind of sloshes away. You see him briefly. He kind of reaches around his neck to his holy symbol, and he starts like holding it, He's just kind of talking to himself, and he kind of between his index finger and his thumb, he kind of rubs it, you know, the top portion of it, and kind of just feel the idol slide between his fingers. You make your way to the back of the cart, is where you see Oscar. As you look over these metallic body parts, you look up at Oscar.
What up? You gonna get rid of this shit?
Well, let's take a look first. Maybe we can get it working again and find out more information.
Ike,
I've never actually seen one up close before.
so I could take a peek at it, but I'd have to reach out to a ghost or something, a spirit, to see if they can give me any insight on it. But I'm a little preoccupied right now. But I can try checking it out some other
Oh,
time.
we've got plenty of time. I'm just gonna clean it up a little bit and get some of this gunk off of it. It looks like it's been
I
there for a while.
appreciate that. I definitely do. And you know, here, and Oscar like reaches into his bag and like grabs out a piece of rag, which you might notice is like part of like his old cloak that got fucked up before, that it looks like he just still had a piece of. Use that. No other use for it at this point. Just did anyone go to check the area or anything, or try to
Hazel's
find
taking
some
a look
game?
around right now.
You sure you want to leave him out there? He might get killed.
Yeah, he's just right over there, and I'll look over where he was supposed to be.
You look over at him, and although you don't see him mumbling to himself or maybe even praying to himself, you can't really tell. He's doing his holy shit, I guess. But he's only like 20, 30 feet away, kind of just keeping his
Yeah,
eyes
he's just
open.
right there.
All right. Do you? I was thinking about I have a new spell that I was thinking about testing out to use while scouting and maybe trying to find um like a wild animal or something to test out what I found out in that last battle with the griffin, um to see if it really can reverse the side effects of the ring. Do you want to well, you're not the stealthy type, but do you want to we could take like first watch and do that.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I'm also not much of a hunter either, but we can see.
All right. The spell lasts an hour, so we'll have time.
I think if you're wanting a hunter, though, you'll probably want to talk to Senra.
Eh, maybe I'll. Nah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Just as long as you don't stick me with it.
Stick you with what?
Your ring.
Oh
How's
no,
your
why would I
finger
do
looking, by
that?
the way?
It looks better. That's kind of what I wanted to figure out. After I stabbed it into that griffin in an attempt to make it yield, unfortunately failed. But it seemed to sort of do what it usually does when I stab it into a corpse, but in reverse. Instead of it putting life force into the thing, it took the life force out. I felt bolstered for actually I still sort of feel the bolstering, but I took a look at my finger, and it looks a little bit better than yesterday. So this
I'm
might
gonna,
be a way to work it.
I'm gonna take a look at the head and see if there's another one of those eel things.
You flip the head right side up, and it just starts to drain. Kind of falls to the floor. I'm assuming you don't do that inside the cart. It begins to kind of just slosh, and you hear plop, 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 as like just little chunks of mud and root, loose root. A couple of earthworms pop out. There's no other eels, but there is actually. You know what? Let me try one thing here real quick. Let's see something here. Yeah, you know what? There's a decent sized fucking earthworm. It almost looks like a miniature snake.
Oh, okay. I'll grab that thing and put it up here. Try it with this.
I mean, okay. It has no bones, so it can't turn into a skeleton. So,
Does it need to in order to help you?
no, but I was a little worried that if I used this and it killed something via that, it might just immediately turn to a skeleton. All right, so sure, why not? I grab the earthworm and stick it onto the spike.
It's firm in your hand as you're trying to control it into your little spike on your ring, and it's slimy, right? It's wiggly, like when its skin touches onto the glove and it slides over and kind of has that gooey kind of I'm still connected but I'm not connected, little stringy gooey stuff. And it slides around. It's quite a strong earthworm. I don't know if you've ever held an actual solid young earthworm, but they can be quite impressively muscular. As it kind of wriggles around, as you spike onto it, as you spike onto it, it pierces through its flesh, and you could feel the kind of resistance, and like the spike goes in, kind of like force entry spike. Um, it slowly begins to turn necrotic as it stops wiggling, and almost immediately begins to turn to dust.
I'll take it as soon as I notice that, I'll like take it off the spike. Did I feel any of the like the life force or essence pull?
Not out of this creature, no.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think this thing is uh I don't want to say alive enough, but I don't think this thing has enough to give. It I'll probably need something bigger. But yeah, I'll like I said, I'll um hey Fate,
Yeah.
you want to take first watch? We can go look for some food.
Yeah, let's take a walk around.
All right. And so you guys rest up, okay? We'll do the first cursory search, and I'll try to find some game. We'll probably get sick of rations if we eat nothing but that for this whole trip. And oh yeah, Fate. So if we find something, uh, or should I do it now or later? I could turn invisible. Should I do it now? It lasts for an hour, or should I do it later? Fate?
Who's that question towards? Fate?
Yeah, Fate.
Let's set it now.
All right. Okay. So Oscar like clenches his hands, flourishes his fingers a bit, and vanish. And you can see you were there when we did the invisibility powder thing. So like it's essentially the same thing. Like he like snaps his finger, and like from his hand down, it like spreads out until he's invisible.
And
All
just
right.
to make sure everyone's on the same page, can you just link the ability in chat so we all can make sure?
Oh, it's just the spell. Like I can cast the spell once a day.
Oh, sexy. That's the shadow thing?
Shadow touch. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm on the
Do,
same page.
do you want me to post the spell? I can
Please,
do that.
yeah, please do. Just to make sure everyone's
Cool.
aware of what's happening. Beautiful. Thank you.
I can also cast it on other people if I wanted, but I cast it on myself this time. All right.
As fate stares at you and you slowly go obscure and completely see through. Everything says anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as you target the person. Question: are you still holding onto the egg?
I was at this point I would have had it like in my bag,
Okay.
like I would have secured it in my bag.
Okay. Awesome. So yeah, you go completely invisible. Keith, you know you're close enough. You look over your shoulder. You see this, and Oscar fucking poof vanishes.
So I'm gonna initially scream. and probably drop whatever it is that I'm holding, probably the rest of my ration because I don't think I finished it all, and kind of run over and hide behind Senra. You're like, where did Oscar go?
Did he leave? I guess he did.
He was there, and then he just went poof, and he was gone. Is this some new type of sorcery magic thing?
Not that I'm
Some
aware of, but it could be.
something like that, and you'd hear him like say from across, I'm okay."
We can't always get what we want.
Oop, go ahead. Sorry.
That was sarcasm, by the way.
Do you think he'll stay like that?
I kind of doubt it. I don't know how long it lasts, though.
Oscar like taps Fate's shoulder. And be
Actually,
like, let's try this way.
before you do that, I gotta pause you for just a moment.
Okay.
Even though your shadow magic gives you this ability, it is still a level 2 spell. Roll me your wild magic.
Oh, sick. Oh, you know, it's also a sorcerer spell too. I should have thought of that myself. Nice call. Boom. Damn.
Okay, just checking.
Ah, that would have been sick.
Okay, so you tap Fate on the shoulder, and I missed what you said. I'm sorry.
I was like, oh, let's go. He says this way, and then he's like, invisible. Let's go straight.
All right, and as you once again you snap, you have the halfling freaking out. Senra shares a few loving words.
Oh yeah.
You tap. You tap. So I envision, first of all, Kaith and Senra kind of to the front right of the cart, just 10 feet away. Nothing crazy. I see Cal in the back, fucking with the head. I see Oscar kind of towards the front of the cart, where Fate is kind of chilling in that kind of vicinity, and you have Izar's kind of 30 feet. At this point, he's kind of walked around. He's towards the front now. And it is at that point that you hear snap. And you hear Azar screaming at the top of his lungs. As you all peer at Azar's screams, it kind of goes, ah, and gets muffled extremely quickly. Everyone give me a perception check, please. Because I want to see who sees it first, or at least the best. Oh, look at you, Senra. And you're technically the closest one out of everyone, too, so that makes more sense. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, Senra, you look to your right, down the road a piece, and you see just out of the cusp of the light from the fire, you see Azar's legs kicking out of the mouth of what looks to be a giant frog. And that's where we're going to take our 10-minute break, guys.
Okay.
A giant. Fucking Azar got eaten by a frog, dude. Oh god.
Well, Bazaar, it's time for you to like, try to make friends with the frog. Because that's where we're at right now.
So I'm just going to round it up here a little bit. Let's make it 45. Let's make it a solid round number. So it's 11 minutes, guys. Yeah, so 45 after, be back and ready to go. And we'll see what happens to Azar when we get back.
Oh my god.
And I'm back.
So
You know one of the benefits of having 5 children?
always having someone take out the trash.
That's a good one. I absolutely take advantage of that. Trick or treating.
Huh. You gotta make sure it's not poison.
Yeah, sure. If you want to hide it under that, guys, I'm completely on board.
It's a candy tax.
Absolutely. Today it's 5 Milk Duds and a Welch's Fruit Snacks pack.
I do dig fruit snacks.
Kaith had to step away for just a moment to pick up our daughter. She'll literally be back in like 2 minutes. Has anyone have any experience with World Anvil at all? Yeah, that's what I thought. Senator, I got a question for you.
What's up?
The program you use, what is that called again? The one that the animations and shit. No, the one that we roll on.
Oh, the other virtual tabletop system?
Yeah. Does that have like a
It's-
lore building thingy?
There might be some modules for it, but I haven't specifically looked for that.
What's it called again? Forge?
It's the program's Foundry. Forge is the hosting service that I'm using until I set up my own. But Forge would give you the most Roll20-esque experience.
I'm just looking for more like crisscrossing. So like instead of having me to write down a lore 4 separate times in 4 different locations based on a campaign, I'd rather have the campaigns circle around the lore versus the lore circling around the campaigns. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you should be able to do that even with some of the basic capability, because you can create compendiums and then share those between your game systems, your game tables. And you could add different tables that have similar stuff, because once you put it in the compendium, you can just share it between them.
Yeah, I got to figure something out. Excel spreadsheets are getting cluttered.
Imagine.
Sorry for the delay, guys. Kate will be here just like another minute.
You're fine.
Should we just roll initiative while we wait?
You can put your initiative in, sure. And Senra, I have a concept I want to go over with you.
Sure. And let me know when you want to do it.
Definitely not tonight. I gotta
That's fine.
pump out at least 2 or 3 more maps before I go to bed tonight. But
Sounds good.
yeah. No, it's gonna be cool. It's definitely gonna be the druid concept, but a different type of druid.
Oh, you're making a subclass?
No, it's so Senra DMs for me every other Sunday. And he has this horror world, like a horror themed kind of world scenario, which is cool, But I died.
Session 2.
Yeah, I died session 2, And
no, it's like session 3 technically.
yeah, I missed one session because we
Yeah.
had medical situations and stuff. But yeah, man. So fucking. But I tell you what, it was a cool death, man. It was a cool death. Yeah, I was old anyway. But I died in a cave, protecting a demon that to me appeared as as a small child, and as I protected it, it killed me. I rolled a 1 in my death save.
Big oofs.
Yep. Death is a reality that happens in the game. I am revisiting. I do want to get feedback from you as well for the madness on your reception, how it felt for you.
Sure.
So I'm trying to get feedback from people so I can revisit it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I already have one idea that I'm considering, which is to add a kind of like another help option for like compel reason, so someone could use an action to try to compel reason back to someone who's gone mad, and that would let them do their roll again to try to recover. But I need to get feedback from everyone else as well.
Personally, I enjoyed the thinking it's a child aspect. I kind of like that. I like it,
Yeah,
but then again, I'm a
hallucination
fan of
one was
chaos. So I don't know why it's taking so long. Let me text her real quick because I don't want to hold you guys up any longer than I need to be. Oh, they just walked in the door. Fantastic.
Oh. Foundry has World Anvil integration. There's an extra module that you can install, and it gives you integration into your World Anvil account, so you can pull directly from there. So you could use Anvil as your source of records, and then just pull them into whatever game you're doing.
Hey, sorry, I know you were probably talking to me. I was getting updated by my 16-year-old daughter who just came to some news. She got her first kiss tonight.
Oh, nice.
Congrats
to her.
I just streamed
Yeah,
that
back
super
by the way.
loud. All right, everyone's here. Keith, you ready to go?
Poor kid.
All right, we're rolling initiative, sweetheart.
Yeah, all I was saying is that Foundry has World Anvil integration.
Really?
Yeah.
It sucks that I spent so much money on all the books for Roll20. I'd hate to have to buy them all over again.
You can also look at Plutonium, I think it's called, which is the 5e Tools integration for Foundry, and it just loads everything from 5e Tools.
Interesting.
I haven't actually done that yet. Actually, I don't think that's like the only module that I don't think is supported on Forge. Like, you'd have to host your own Foundry in order to do that, because it might be a legal gray area, so they're probably keeping away.
All right, so everyone's back. I heard Senra, Oscar, are you there? Fate, you there?
Yep.
Cal, I heard. Keith, you ready to go?
Yeah.
I got to roll this shit.
Well, here goes Azar dying again.
All right, guys. Rolling initiative in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Look at you guys. 1, 2, 3.
Except for my guys.
We're missing Cal. You have to activate your tokens.
I was still putting mine in.
Oh, it's okay. I can always refresh. Not a problem. Let me know when you guys are ready.
I'm good.
Yep, there's Senra, except you have 100, and Cal, you have 100. Can you go ahead and change that number, please?
Oh, yeah. I changed the wrong thing.
You as well, Cal. And did you roll for Azar as well? You did. Except Cal and Azar, you're still showing 100 on your roll. What was your roll for Cal?
Yeah, I just got done flipping it over.
Oh.
Oh, that's right. It's one each.
It's what? I'm sorry?
1 second. Okay, there you go.
Oh, there it is. Got it.
Beautiful. All right. One piece of integration, by the way, that was given to me in feedback. I am not going to tell you how much health the bad guys have left, but what I will do is change their colors based on their health pools to kind of give you guys a little bit more strategic application. So green trimming, obviously healthy and well. Actually, let's just say no trimming, healthy and well. Yellow would be right around the 50% mark, and red will be the near death mark to help organize you guys a little bit as far as strategics are concerned. Nevertheless, so where we left off before our extended break, Azar, you heard a snap, a scream, and then it went muffled, like, ah! And as you guys look over, you see Azar's legs kicking out of the mouth of this extremely large, giant frog as he's getting ready to kind of slurp him in. You see kind of this ooey gooey slime adhesive mucus just kind of dripping at the knees of Azar as he's struggling to kind of free himself, which leads us into the first round of combat, starting with Fate.
Okie dokie. I'm going to dash so I can move 5. Then I'm going to attack. And do I get because Azar's there, does that mean I can crit, right?
Technically, Azar is inside the mouth of the creature. Technically, he's swallowed, let's say. I don't believe that's going to trigger any kind of rogue-like things.
Do I crit anyway? Because he has no friends near him either. Right?
Technically, you would be sort of in solo combat. You're the swashbuckler in this campaign, right?
Yep.
So you would get your sneak attack because the one-on-one, no friendlies nearby. Yeah, you'd still get your sneak attack. Oh my God!
Cool.
You absolutely sink your rapier, Azar, on the inside of the belly. If there was light on the inside of this frog, Azar would see a rapier almost stab him. With a 19 damage right off the bat. I'm going to move Azar off. Oops, I just totally kicked you over by accident. I'm just putting Azar down here. He's inside the fucking frog for now. Just, whatever. Keep reference to that.
I got 30 points left, so now I'm going to drop back 30 points right to here. And that's the end of my turn.
Beautiful. As you chunk an amazing like the innards of this frog starts to kind of ooey gooey spill as it bleeds. It's still in the process of munching and trying to swallow Azar, but man, that fucking sucked. And that's your turn, you said?
Yep.
Frog number 1, who's currently in the process of swallowing. 1 second here. At the start of the frog's turn, that's what I wanted to know. 2d4. Cal, you in particular, the sound of your cohort, and you hear muffled screaming from inside this creature's belly.
Okay.
As you hear Azar being slowly digested in acid juices from inside of the frog. The frog itself, he's going to, oh man. He's going to leap, boink, right here. And it looks like he's aiming into the water. Which takes us to Senra.
Move, Damio. I'm going to rush up with both weapons out, a bonus action to dash, sorry,
Okay.
and go ahead and attack like normal.
Yeah, man. Do it to it.
Okay. So 25 and 27
Oh my God, those are absolute hits.
for 17 total.
With Azar in the belly of this creature, how do you kill it?
Sounds stupid. I stab it up the ass because I know he's been consumed through the mouth, so I'm not hitting anywhere near there. I'd go away from like the central stomach area.
So you just slash it up. It falls, right?
Yeah.
As it falls, lying flat, and it just starts to bleed out, you see Azar beginning to kind of manually open the mouth from within, and you see him slowly kind of trying to pull himself out, almost as if he's being birthed.
Oh, good. I don't actually have to help you.
Upon the death of this giant frog, it makes an eerily screeching sound, and you hear commotion in the surrounding woodline. I'm gonna say the light is pretty dark after 20, 30 feet around the fireplace. Actually, let's say 40 feet. So anything beyond that's going to be pretty dark for those without dark vision. Senra, I know you have dark vision, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that works. All right, which takes us to Oscar.
I still had 20 movement. Can I grab him and pull him out and move an extra 10?
Absolutely. No, 100%. You can definitely do that.
Yeah, just kind of start to get closer.
Beautiful. He's on the floor. His skin on his face seems to be somewhat dissolved a little bit as these acid juices are slowly eating away. It doesn't seem to be consistently doing more damage. In fact, the rain that's coming seems to be kind of neutralizing a lot of the acid that's still on his person. But he doesn't look to be unhealthy. In fact, he's slimy, really ooey gooey, and as you drag him, it kind of leaves like a slug trail, on the ground as you pull him through.
You're lucky I'm not throwing you into the river.
Awesome.
Just keep going.
He's kind of just like if he could respond to you, he would, but right now he's like clearly panicked. That takes us to Oscar.
So, oh, my token's frozen. Oh, there it is. I'm just going to move up 30. Actually, let me move it and then let me see. So the frog's corpse is like to the left of Azar.
I could mark the ground that it died on once. There. Do you see the white dot?
Yeah. Okay. So I can't move my token. Yeah, it's too far. So I will just stand like as a bonus action, I'll like dash and I will stay hidden. I'll use the hide action to make myself one with the forest while I'm invisible.
You're invisible, and you kind of everyone that's in the party, as you see two footprints kind of in the ground, making its way all the way over there. You're fucking invisible. So outside of two indentations on the ground, yeah, you're fucking hidden. You don't even have to roll for that shit.
Okay. Actually, instead of using the hide action, could I hold an action for if a something that I would consider an enemy comes within 5 feet of me to like touch them with my my hand with the ring to insert it into them? And also, would that be considered an attack, or
It'll absolutely be an action.
it would? Yeah. So I'm fine with it being an act. Oh, well, we'll play it out. Yeah. So yeah. Can I hold my action to do that?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Keith, you're up.
All right, being I can't see anything at the moment, that I'm noticing. She's just going to stay close to the fire in hopes that'll deter if there's anything else out there and just hold action. The first hostile thing she sees, she's going to shoot, or what she perceives to be hostile.
I'm going to say those red lines represent the range of the light. And absolutely. So hold your action for something hostile. Fantastic. As you make your way up, Oscar, and Senra, you're close enough to hear it as well. Once again, you guys hear kind of rustling within the marsh, and these loud croaks, which seems frightfully close. And they both make themselves present as one of them hops onto the shoreline, and the other one comes just from around the corner here. Let me make sure it's nice. And, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just start it right there. As they make themselves visible, they go. And one of them leap. Oscar, give me a melee spell attack, please. Or a touch, whatever.
Okay, so it would be an attack. I don't want to use my invisibility, so I'm just gonna leave it then. I don't want to attack something. So
Okay, absolutely. The other frog will leap towards Senra and try to bite you.
Go for it.
With an 11, it goes to kind of open its mouth and it turns its head to the side a little bit to kind of, to get a good grip on you. But you like kind of use your elbows and you just kind of go, and you kind of use yourself as a bracing mechanism and it can't quite squeeze its mouth around you. And that is its turn. Azar will... What will Azar do, Cal?
Azar is. Sorry, one second. Azar is feeling like shit, so he's gonna keep hiding behind Senra, and he is going to attempt to shoot with his short bow at the frog in front of Senra.
I assume you're taking half movement to stand up?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. As you pull your bow out and fire a shot, it slides into the, just past... So Senra's, wrestling with this mouth right now, flavor-wise at least. You fire just on the inside of the left cheek. The arrow literally slides through the thin layer of skin on the side of its cheekbone or area, and the bow, it shoots through the frog. Roll your damage.
Okay.
As you basically pierce a hole in the side of its face. For 7 piercing. Fantastic. Would that be Azar's turn?
That is Azar's turn.
Cal, did you both really roll ones? Holy shit.
No, we didn't. I put down ones.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
So I'm gonna run and I'm gonna jump on the horse, pulling out my sword.
Okay.
And I'm going to charge them.
Sure. Fucking awesome.
So right there, I'm gonna start by swinging number 2, and they're medium sized, right?
They are considered medium, but I just realized something. That is out of the range of light. And I should have caught that for Azar, but I am not going to retro that. But you do not have dark vision, correct?
No, I do not. Would I have low light in that area?
I mean, low light enough that I'm still going to have to give you disadvantage, but at least you can sort of see the outline of the creature.
So
you know
I'd
what I mean?
I'd have a regular swing then, because I'd have advantage in this situation.
That's perfectly fine with me.
Okay. So I'm going to do one swing at each of them, starting with number 2.
Okay. Multi-attack. Number 2, your great sword chunks into this
Sorry,
creature.
that's the wrong sword. So it would have been for that one.
So
Yeah.
the claymore is what you wanted to do?
Yeah, it's the claymore I wanted to do for the damage.
Okay,
I just
gotcha.
hit the wrong one.
All right, so you fucking William Wallace this thing. Your claymore slides into the back of this creature. It literally separates the skin almost on contact. The skin so tightly packed together, sounds like the snapping of a rubber band as your sword creases through. This creature is not looking very good right now.
Sounds good. I'm going to do my second attack again. I'm going to mark it first, and then I'm going to do my second attack against number 1.
Sure. And this is just a regular old claymore, right?
It's the magic one.
The one with the magical properties?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. The 9, unfortunately, does not slam into frog number 3 as the darkness gets to you. You actually almost hit Oscar.
Oh, I thought that was 1, not 3. That makes about right.
Ah!
Nice terror there.
Absolutely. Would that be your turn?
Yeah, that's his turn. So I've got number 2 number 2 marked, and then number 3 is left alone still.
All right, fan-fucking-tastic. What element was a number 1, by the way?
Lightning, I think.
Lightning. Oh, 1 second here. That actually changes things.
I think 1 was fire and 4 was
Double checking
poison.
right now.
And 2 was cold and 3 is lightning, I think.
It does matter here, so I need to know.
Okay. Yeah, 1 is fire.
1 is fire. Okay. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's 3 that's
that
electric.
still also matters.
Do we get
You
roasted frog?
dehydrate in this bitch.
The creature still gets sliced as the fire kind of creases the skin open in the same manner. It doesn't seem, it's almost as if the fire itself, you hear as the blade touches its moist skin. Okay, would that be your turn?
Yeah, that's his turn. He's going to keep an eye on number 2.
You hear croaking, kind of, in as you guys are fighting and attacking, and at the top of the round, from below the murky waterline, this amazingly terrifying creature begins to slither and makes as it kind of screeches out. For those with no dark vision, you only hear that sound. Senra, you look over to your right, or rather, because you're facing the frog, you're looking over to the left, rather, and your dark vision, you see the outline of this incredibly tentacled creature. Very, very fucking scary. It's
Like Murlocs.
say what? Yeah, Murlocs. It does have a turn as it breaches the water. Where's he gonna go? What's he gonna do? Oh shit. Oh fuck, Cal. Odds or evens, man. Cal, you there?
What was that?
Odds or evens, basically, whatever you call, it's going to either attack Azar or
Oh, no,
Senra.
you want to murder him. Whichever one hits Senra. So 2, or even.
Evens. I rolled an odd, which means evens goes to Senra. As this creature lurches up, you see these tentacles kind of just whipping around, like goo kind of flies off the tentacles from the murky, muddy waters. This tentacle has quite a reach as it thwips in your direction. With a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Holy shit. By the way, out of character, first time ever using one of these guys in combat, so I'm not quite sure exactly what they're capable of. We're about to find out. So the hit itself smacks you right across your chest and begins to wrap around. The physical force of it hitting you does 19 bludgeoning damage. And the tentacles begin to wrap around you, squeezing you tight. You are automatically grappled with this attack. You can use an escape on your return. Until the grapple. Okay, that's fine. So you can use your action on your turn to make an escape save, DC. So that's that. But until then, you are considered grappled and wrapped around.
Okay.
Fantastic. Fate. It is now your turn.
Let's go here. 20, 25, 30, 35. All right, I'm going to attack Giant Frog 2.
Do it to it. Oh, yeah, dude. How do you kill it?
A disadvantage though, right?
Oh, yeah. Disadvantage. You're absolutely right. You don't have dark vision, right?
Nope.
All right. Yeah, buddy. Sorry, buddy. With a 10, you kind of try to...
Do I get a flank?
Even an 11 wouldn't do it anyway.
I need to, was that full 35? So I'm going to dash down. I'm going to slide in here.
Fantastic. Would that be your go?
Yep.
All right, Senra.
Now, with the description for the being grappled, is that the only action I can take, or can I still attack?
So, 1 second.
Mhm.
Let me just verify grappled. I'm pretty sure you should be able to still attack in a grappled state here.
I just
Snare.
wasn't sure if it was a specific different wording.
It
for that
says
ability.
here, grappler is incapacitated. The grappler is incapacitated if the effect underway causes grappling move away, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you're snared and your speed drops to 0. So, yeah, you can still attack as grappled.
Okay. Do you want to do that now? Probably not. Because we could just do it again. Oh, this is fucking annoying. And she hits herself in the shoulder and goes into a rage and is going to attack the frog first to get that out of the way.
Sure, make it happen. Are you the only one in the party with dark vision?
Yeah.
Okay.
24 and a 9.
Oh, yeah, dude. That's 24 is absolutely going to do it here. How much damage?
6. It
Ooh.
rolled the lowest it could. Oh, I also get, because Cal's there, an extra 5 for sneak attack.
Ooh.
So 11 on the one
Yep,
that hit.
11 in total. This creature is literally like its front right limb is practically almost severed off. It seems to like be lopsided as a result of it. It still draws breath, but it looks to be on death's door.
Okay, after stabbing it into the roof of its mouth, I try to back up a bit, and
As you
I can't move.
Yep.
Actually,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I gotta roll that again. Okay, so it's 23, because I'd be attacking at disadvantage because I'm grappled. So, yeah.
Grappling itself doesn't give you disadvantage. If
Yeah.
you were restrained,
I
it
thought
could give you disadvantage.
Yeah, grappled is basically
That's
you
right,
have no
it's the
movement.
more advanced. Okay. So never mind.
Cool. Nevertheless, that frog is pretty fucked up. Would that be your turn?
Yep.
All right, Oscar, you're up, buddy.
Okay. I'm going to. So we can move through ally spaces. Does the horse count in this situation
Well,
as an ally?
technically, yes. You can't end your movement within the space, but you can pass through its squares.
Okay, so I'm gonna. So that's 5 feet, and then I can't see. So that's 15 feet. All right. And then I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna use the ring on the frog corpse. Um, and question, does it drain from the temporary hit points that I got from before by using the ring first, or does it?
Well, the temporary hit points is something that it decays over time. You don't
Yeah,
just keep
after you
it.
take a long rest.
Yeah. So, we haven't gotten that far yet, right? So,
Yeah.
well, I mean, there's only one way to find out, really.
Well, I'm doing it, so that's what I'm asking.
Absolutely. And then yes, your temporary hit points would go to 0.
Okay.
As you begin to pump this dark energy into this creature, the skin on this creature begins to bubble and boil, and
I'm gonna
slowly,
dash.
slowly begins to melt away. Um, for the case of the situation here, you're still going to use the skeleton template minus the
Hmm.
weaponry. So work with me on that for now, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
But as the skin begins to
So,
melt away, it reveals this disgusting concoction of a skeletal frog.
let me get out of your way. And yeah, that's
And make sure you're taking away your HP from doing the ability.
yeah, I did.
Would he still take arrows despite being invisible?
Hmm.
Would he still take what? Well,
Arrows despite
um,
being invisible,
you know what? I actually think
because he can still attack invisible creature.
1 second. Let me verify invisibility because I believe him using his action would reveal him. Let me just double check.
Well, no. It's only if I attack or use a spell that
Yeah,
my invisibility cancels out.
you can still do action.
All right, we'll keep it go for now. We'll retro that if I have to. I'll look into that later. I don't want to waste your time. So for now, we'll let it go, and then I'll look into that. Would that be your
And
turn,
that's my
Oscar?
yeah. Used my movement to get to it. Used my action to turn it on, and then I used my bonus action to dash away.
All right, all right. That takes us to Keith.
So still confused as to what all the noise is out there in the dark, but I'm just gonna stay by the fire and still hold my action if anything comes closer. And
Hey, bring a torch! Then we will call out. Although probably on my turn.
That's fine. You can free action. I'm okay with talking in combat. So Keith, you would hear Senra as you're getting ready to go, and you're kind of making heads or tails of the situation. You would hear Senra basically say something of "fucking light."
1 second, I'm gonna roll for this. I'm not sure what I want
Oh,
to do.
I mean, I'm
and
fine.
oh, Senra said light. Shit.
Can
I'm
I?
just curious about all you blind motherfuckers.
Okay. So what I was gonna say, if I roll 11 or higher, I'll bring a torch. If 10 or below, I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
All right. I love letting the dice tell the story.
Yes, I'm going.
Okay.
I'm gonna light my torch as my action and then walk.
Absolutely.
Cool. Trying to think which direction, because I don't know where the fuck center is.
I mean, you know your party is generally in that area. And as you get closer, remember the torchlight's going to move with you, right? So,
There we go.
yeah, that you're close enough to give light to what's going on. And you see the massive creature with a tentacle wrapped around Senra. You see 2 giant frogs and a bunch of commotion.
All right, I'm just gonna like kind of freeze in my tracks of what I see, because I don't think I've ever seen something like that before.
Okay. I assume that is your turn then, Kate?
Yeah.
Giant frog number 3. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Is going to jump and try to bite at you, Cal. Cal, 17 to hit.
He has like a 19, I think.
That's a miss.
That's a miss as this creature tries to leap towards you and doesn't quite get you. Unfortunately, it's also going to, because it's a fucking animal, is also going to attempt to jump backwards. You get attack of opportunity, Cal. You there, Cal?
Yeah. One sec. It's low.
You're breaking up, buddy. Can't hear you. All right. Nah, you're pretty robotic, man. I'll wait for you to get your systems back up.
I think he said, "Can you roll it for me?"
Oh, is that what he said? All right, one sec. Sorry for the delay, guys. I'm loading up his character sheet. All right, where the hell did he put his claymore at? There it is. Oops, I didn't mean to roll. There's his other ones. A 9 would have missed anyway. So you take your swing and you hit nothing but air in the darkness there, which takes us to Giant Frog number 2. What is Giant Frog number 2 going to do? He is also going to take a bite at Cal here. An 18 to hit. What's Cal's AC again, please? I think it's an 18.
I'm pretty sure it's a 19. Because doesn't he have the armor feat? I mean, not feat, fighting style.
Yeah.
So when I can't see his sheet, so I wouldn't know.
I mean, his sheet says 18.
It's
then
an
it's 18.
Cal, I'm sorry, buddy. You still sound really robotic, man. I'm gonna assume you're an 18. I'm sorry, that's what your sheet says.
Oh no, he has the other fighting style. He has the one for 2 great weapon ones. Thinking of another character.
So as this frog jumps and leaps practically over the horse there, kind of snaps him off. He is considered bitten, grappled, and swallowed as you see a giant frog leap over the horse, over Applejack. It kind of grabs him like a fucking fetching dog, and now you just see it munching, trying to swallow Cal as he struggles to get out of it. He also takes 7 piercing damage. If someone can please update his token, that would be fantastic. I would appreciate that very, very much.
Way to stab that one that just jumped away from me.
Yeah.
Where's this token?
It is absolutely attack of opportunity, Sonny.
28 for.
Oh my
13.
god. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna flavor this one because I'm sorry, that was fucking cool. So as this frog fucking jumps, and in the process of going to tackle, it still slams into Cal. It doesn't dismount him. Actually, you know what, Cal? Are you able to roll a dexterity saving throw for a minute? I don't know if you could hear me. Dude, that's incredible. Please do a dex save for me. So, yeah, I gotta wait for that dex save. There you are. Dexterity saving throw. Okay, doesn't quite happen. But, so as this body, okay, even better. It jumps. Fucking Senra just kind of puts her sword, and it almost like your sword stationary, and it guts itself, and just the innards of this creature flies forward under its own momentum as it passes through your blade, and it just kind of dissects itself. It spills all over the side of Applejack. The body slams into Cal. Cal temporarily gets knocked off the horse. No damage done, because I believe that is part of your riding ability. You are effectively dismounted because of the failed deck save, but your horse is covered in goo. That was fucking cool as hell. Well done, Senra.
These things are a fucking mess. She can, like, she just swings her sword to get this splatter off.
Awesome. Fucking. That takes us to Azar.
You might have to control him for this one, Frog.
I'll tell you what, he'll hold an action until Cal can fix. Well, technically Cal's there. So let's just, while we get Cal's voice fixed here, let's just assume they're holding an action, and we'll continue forward. The Froghemoth is next.
How about, what if he just takes an action to disengage and get the fuck away?
Honestly, because I don't think that's what Cal would do.
Okay.
He's a very much in-your-face kind of all-in.
I thought it was Azar.
Oh, Azar, he would absolutely protect. So yeah, let's say Azar just kind of bolts out. Let's just say he fucking does a double action dash just to get out of the way as he kind of pulls back. I'm okay with that. Cal will hold an action though because I know.
Yeah.
So awesome. That should be respectful enough. All right. So Froghemoth, who still has Senra within a 10-foot tentacle, this long tentacle still wrapped around you. He begins to pull you in. And as he pulls you in, he lifts you in the air and begins to kind of, like he's about to put you in his mouth, and he tries to bite down onto you. With a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Oh my god. Dude, this is no joke. 29 piercing damage is chewed onto your upper half. 1 second. The target is effectively swallowed. A swallowed creature is blinded and restrained. It has total cover against attacks and other effects outside of the Froghemoth, and takes blank damage at the start of each of the Froghemoth's turn. The gullet can hold up to blah 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 blah. You don't need to know that information. And inside. Oh, that's cool. Okay, cool. Yep, that's it. The rest of that stuff you don't need to know. Okay, so that happened. That happened. And you know what? The creature is going to continue to move.
Oh god, no. Get away from me.
What is the full movement of this thing? Let's just say 10 to get up. Let's just say 10 to move. It seems to be lurching towards you, Keith. And that is your turn. Fate.
All right, so what we got here? 20. Is Keith engaged with it right now? Is it close enough to engage with Keith? So I have flank right here.
No, it's not within its immediate thing.
Okay, so I go 25. I have flank with Oscar then.
Yes, that would absolutely work.
All right.
Oscar's still invisible though.
Theoretically, yes, but it's rules is written. I'm okay with flank. It's fine. It's only a +1. And it doesn't matter. He usually hits everything he swings at. Yeah, see, 23. Absolutely. For a full 20 damage. Oh my god. 20 damage? Okay, hold on 1 second. I got to reread something real quick. Oh, never mind. Okay, that doesn't apply to you. Okay, that's fine. 20 damage. Absolutely, as you kind of slice into this creature.
All right. So and Senra's not right there anymore, right?
Senra is effectively inside the belly of this creature. Senra's legs are vertical, and he's just sliding down the fucking esophagus as we speak.
Can you just slide that into the water?
Yeah, just for now. He'll pop out eventually, I'm sure.
So I did 25, 30, 35, dash, 5, 10, 15. We'll go right here. Or actually, now we'll go. Oh, shit, what do we got? Let's go. I mean, where the hell do I want to go?
Decisions.
I got stuck.
Oh, his thing froze.
Hold on. Tough one.
You all right, Fate?
We'll go right here.
Okay. Beautiful. All right, Senra, you are up. Even though you are blinded and restrained, you still can take disadvantage attacks while inside the belly.
Nah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I'm instead going to bamf out 5 feet above the slam both weapons down in its eyes.
Fucking sick.
Nice. Go ahead and make your attack.
Yeah. 27, 18, and 25.
Oh,
and I think I also get sneak.
Absolutely. They both absolutely hit.
Just 2 hits?
2 hits so far. Well, hold on. 25, 27 absolutely do, and the 14 does hit.
Okay, so 16, 18, 21 total.
Motherfucker said, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna bamf out. That's awesome.
Nah.
Like, no, I'll pass on that.
Fantastic.
And I'll just roll off its side and land on the ground.
Oh, that was absolutely glorious. As you bamf out, you bring your blades down while you're mid-fall. You
Just
slap.
like rake across the back as I slide down.
Absolutely, dude. It just tears open flesh, and the creature kind of yelps in the process. Fantastic. I believe that would be your turn.
Still technically. Yeah, that's it.
All right, Keith. Or sorry, Oscar.
Yes. I'm gonna have the Skelefrog.
Hoppy.
Up. Yep. It's Hoppy to help. Haha. Gonna go there. And I'm going to. I don't want to lose this invisibility, but it's. Screw it. So since I'm invisible, if I was to make an attack, would it have advantage because it can't see me?
It makes sense.
You could try to proceed with a disadvantage check, maybe, and see if that holds true. Because that's.
I mean,
try to
that.
find someone.
Here's the thing. I'm taking into consideration the flank. I'm taking into consideration the fact that you just gnashed the shit out of his back. I'll give you the one attack with advantage. That sounds reasonably rule of cool fair.
Okay. So Oscar's just gonna. He's thinking in his head, God, I really wanted to go walk around invisible. God fucking. And he's going to pull out. He's gonna use his rapier and arcane jab. And he with green flame blade.
Okay.
All right. So here's for the attack.
Your 16 slices into this creature's belly.
All right, and let me add the. Let me do the damage. It's not booming blade. It's green flame blade. And boom. 15 damage with 7 of it being fire, if that matters.
It does not. Well, it does matter. But as your blade erupts in green flame and it singes, you hear tss as its moist flesh seems to sizzle more than sear.
That's fine. And I'll have the Skelefrog. So I'm no longer invisible, so let me take that off. And the Skelefrog is going to bite its butt.
Absolutely. Take a bite. I guess it'll be a scimitar attack for the skeleton, really, but whatever. It's a bite attack, we'll call it.
Flavor! And boom.
17 is whispered, but the 17 absolutely does hit.
Why is that whispered?
It's not a problem. It's all good. And you kind of, the Skelefrog with its little gnawed down teeth just kind of bite the back butt of the froghemoth, and the froghemoth kind of as it gets a little nip on the butt. for 3 damage.
All right, I'm gonna try to unwhisper, so it doesn't happen again.
No
All right.
worries. Which takes us to Keith.
Alrighty. So I'm going to move in by 5, and I'm going to use my dual wielding and attack.
Oh, I
Ooh.
forgot to disengage. Shit. Well, too
So I'm
late.
going to use my sword. So I can have fucking no. I'm gonna use my dagger.
The dagger hits.
And I get sneak attack on that one, right? On one of them, or just the first one?
Nah, the first one's good.
It's the first attack that hits,
So the first attack that hits, so it would work, right?
or
Yeah,
whenever you
sneak
choose
attack.
to use it. Yeah, it's like
Which I'm
the
using.
paladin smite.
So I'm gonna use that.
Sure. Sweet. So it's 12. So because that's potentially 12 damage. Let's see what your 3d6 are for your failed short sword attack, because that might change the outcome of your second attack.
You said 3d6.
Yes, please. With a 15. So as you biff with your first attack, you see a tentacle coming down vertically onto with the fucking 24 to hit. Oh my heavens. This tentacle smacks you on your shoulder clavicle area for 14 bludgeoning damage. But you stab with your dagger, probably into the tentacle.
Wait, okay. So I can use a reaction, right?
You can use yeah, it's still technically your turn.
But will I still be able to do a bonus action, or is it one or the other?
No, this is your
No,
turn.
you can do all of them.
Yeah, so
Okay.
go ahead.
So I'm gonna use my reaction to take half damage.
Ooh. And what ability is that?
Uncanny dodge.
Okay. Can you link that for us, please? Sweet. That is pretty fucking cool.
So it would be how much half hide?
I said 14 bludgeoning, right?
So 7.
So 7.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action. Well, technically, yeah. So I still have 20 to move. So I'm moving there, and I'm hiding.
Absolutely. Well, you can go there, but I don't think you can take the hide action because of all your economy that you've used already. But you can definitely break line of sight behind a tree for now.
What was my
I think
bonus
she
action?
can hide with cunning action.
I can hide.
Yeah,
with
but
cunning
they
action.
already.
She's
You already
using her
bonus
bonus action
action
to
to attack.
disengage and to
No,
attack.
I don't
I
think she
still
said
had
that.
20 feet of movement.
Yeah, she said she was using
I
her
still
bonus
had
action to hide.
20. Yeah, I still had
Mhm.
20 feet of movement, which I used, and then my bonus action was to hide.
So you'd
You-
still be able
you-
to take an AOL because of no disengage.
Yeah, you know that you can.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
That's why I thought you were disengaging.
my fault. I wasn't. Yeah.
Okay, so
It already used its reaction, I would think, though.
So I'll just hide behind the tree.
well, the attack of opportunity happened because of a failed
Yeah,
crit
that's
miss.
If it's an AOL, that counts as a reaction.
All right, so you're hiding behind the tree, hidden, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, because it specifically states it's an opportunity attack. So okay, that's all right. Cool. So now that we got that settled away, giant frog number 3 is next. Who will hop in and go for an attack on Cal? Cal, you back?
Bring it.
He had his turn before that. He held his action to do something.
So this frog is leaping towards you, and out of fairness, he's absolutely right. We did say you're holding an action until you got your audio back. So this frog is leaping towards you. What are you gonna do?
Smack it twice.
Smack it twice. The first one nails the tree behind it. Then you kind of swing back, cleaving for 13 damage. And that's fire damage,
Fire
if I'm not
damage.
mistaken. So that is not 13 damage. You slash through it, and you hear tss on its wet flesh. Would that be your turn?
That's its turn.
Well, it's not done yet. It has to attack you still, but you're still taking your held action. So I'm going to give you a full-on move.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, that's it.
that's fair. Okay.
Unless I can try to quickly jump on my horse.
I will give the frog an attack first, and pending that, then you could absolutely get on your horse.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, the bite snaps and misses as you leap onto your horse. So you are effectively mounted.
Sounds good.
All right, all right, all right. That takes us to Azar.
Azar is going to... He's going to try to shoot the big one.
Try to shoot the big one. All right, make it happen.
Oh, look
And
at Azar.
absolutely, so I envision it this way. So the tentacle kind of comes down on Kaith. She stabs it in the tentacle. It kind of rears back, opens its mouth, and Azar sinks an arrow right into its gullet and right into its mouth. And wow, 11 piercing damage. Not fucking bad, Azar.
And that'll be his turn.
Absolutely amazing. Cal, it is officially your turn again.
Okay, moving forward, I'm going to smack the big guy twice.
Make it happen.
Well, twice so far. We'll see.
That is a hit and a hit.
Okay, and both of those... Actually, I think both of those are electric.
Absolutely. So,
Yeah, they're both electric damage.
just a moment, please. Huh. Okay. As you and kind of slam it, its whole body begins to radiate as the electricity disperses down its tentacles, down its legs, and it kind of gets stunned for a moment.
Okay, so it's still alive. I'm going to go ahead and burn my action surge, and I'm going to hit it twice more, and I'm also marking it, by the way.
Yeah, dude, fucking tearing it to shreds. Go ahead.
So that's a 21 and a 26 to hit.
A 21 hits and a 26. What's giving you the advantage?
Oh, wait, actually, I don't have it on him, so a 13 and a 26.
All right, so the 13 does not
Right.
quite do it as you kind of biff it a little bit. The tentacles are flipping around and kind of knocks the blade a little bit off center. But the 26 hits absolutely as you swing back in with fire damage as it
65.
sizzles. Beautiful. This creature is just screeching and looking in every direction as it's flipping around 360. His tentacles are kind of thwipping and whipping everywhere.
Okay. That's the end of my turn. I have him marked.
All right. And that takes us to the Froghemoth's turn, huh? Okay. What it's going to do. So it's going to fuck it. You know what we're going to do? It's going to take a tentacle attack at there's just so many choices here. Senra 1, Frog Skeleton 2, Cal 3, Oscar 4. And you know what? Just because technically I can, Fate 5.
Or 6.
Fuck it, Horse 6. Why not?
Sounds good.
We're taking 5 damage.
It'll be against Cal, by the way.
He's doing a roll.
rolling.
Who
Let's see who
was
he's going to attack.
who was for?
Damn it! I knew it was gonna be me. I knew it.
Okay. So, for you, it is
Shield.
okay.
Disadvantage
If
for
it
that
hits me,
attack.
shield.
Gotcha. One moment here. One thing at a time, folks. All right. So I did say tentacle attack, so let's do that first. Once.
At
Oh
disadvantage.
my god. Oh my god.
Did a double crit.
Ouch.
Oh my god. I totally rolled 2 nat 20s. Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and hit him as
Yeah,
well.
you hit him first because that would technically resolve before this.
I knew it.
I don't think you'll die. Don't worry.
I didn't mean to actually hit that. It's the 16 as the hit.
The 6.
Oh wait. So wait. I did say if it hits me, I cast shield.
Yep.
D20. Damn it.
Okay. All right. So Cal, you swing with a 16.
9 fire damage. if it
9
hits.
fire damage. That is cut in half. 1 second. Okay, so resolving that. So you absolutely swing it. So as you slash into it, it's almost as if it doesn't even register. And this tentacle comes down as a reaction. Oscar looks up. He goes, shield. And this gleaming, beautiful, iridescent. What color was your shield again?
It's usually teal.
It's like
My
a
magic's
teal,
usually teal.
like a teal iridescent shell begins to form. This tentacle comes down with such force that it's almost like magic glass shattering inwards and slams directly into Oscar's body. All right, damage roll time. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm adding.
Hard pass.
So 27 plus 4 is 31. 31 bludgeoning damage slams into you with the craziest amount of force as your magical shield shatters under its own weight and disperses and kind of breaks. This tentacle slams you basically into the ground under the pressure and begins to wrap you up and lift you in the air 5 feet. It opens up its mouth, ready to swallow you on its next turn.
Guys, please.
Fate, you're up.
Alrighty. So, you said that to tell if they're getting low and healthy, you're trying to change color now or something?
Yeah, it's already changed color.
Nice.
I should have
can
stayed
barely
invisible.
tell
I
what the
fucking
color-
knew it. I fucking knew it.
I'm gonna try and send it on Giant Frog 3. real quick
Okay.
and mail it away.
Yeah, get it done. A 14 absolutely sinks into that frog. That is absolutely no. There's no sneak attack on that. Oh yeah, it is. He's solo. Absolutely a killing blow. How do you want to destroy it?
It's gonna ram it through its eye and twirl the blade around, make sure it hits the brain, and then pull it out.
Absolutely. As you thwip, scramble, pull it out, the creature almost like instant black hits the floor. Its tongue kind of slightly rolls out of its cracked open mouth, and it begins to drool on the floor.
And I'm gonna slide it right there. Now my turn's over.
Fantastic. Senra, you're up.
Senra is going to just pivot around and slash at the tentacles that are holding Oscar to cut them off and free him.
You could absolutely attack them. I'm not opposed to the flavor, but it won't change the grappled effect unless you physically make a grapple check. I'll give you a grapple check against his grapple to break Oscar out, and you could flavor it as if you're slashing at the tentacle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm just kidding.
But that's up to you. I'm not going to force you to do that.
Yeah. I already said I was attacking, so I'm going to do that. And if it doesn't get him free, then that's fine.
Okay. I mean, you could always kill it.
Yeah, that's the goal. So, Burst is 20 for
That's a
6.
hit.
And 11's, even with flanking, is going to miss.
Actually, hold on. Yep, that would absolutely miss.
And
And
the
a
last
16
one,
hit.
16.
So 10 damage in total. Do you get sneak with that?
Yeah, plus another 1. So.
What's the total on that? I'm sorry, short-term memory issues.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. 11.
11.
Mm-hmm.
You're slashing on the hind end of this creature, and it's just slicing open. The skin is just soft and moist and mushy. It begins to kind of bleed, and that would that be your turn?
I'm just going to move here to get flanking for Cal. And that's it.
All right, Oscar, you're in the air 5 feet, and you're coiled up. This creature is like starting to pull you into its mouth. It is your turn.
I have so many regrets. First I'm gonna command the Skeleton minion to try to free me.
Okay,
So
it'll be a grapple versus grapple. So it would be since you're initiating, it would be your grapple versus the already my grapple. I guess that would work.
so do I use the skeleton stats, right?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna use for this situation, would I have to use strength, or could I still use dex for the skeleton?
Because you're initiating, you'd have to use your strength.
Okay. So the skeleton is going to try
Eh.
to free me first.
Okay.
That obviously.
And I can still roll a 1. 1 second.
That's true.
And I don't. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't quite do it as the skeleton frog leaps up and biffs it and just kind of rolls back into the square that it leapt from.
All right, and I'm going to give myself advantage using my ability.
Wild magic first.
Yep. Don't worry. I remember this time. And boom.
You fireball the party.
Okay, so I did that. And I'm giving myself advantage via my ability, and then I'm going to try to escape the grapple.
Okay. That would be because you are being grappled. That would be your athletics or acrobatics versus my strength.
And I'm going to use acrobatics. All right.
You slippery motherfucker, as you slide out of this tentacle, you be it fall 5 feet, but you land as you slide off of its slick body. Its moist skin kind of sloshes off onto your clothing, but you slide down and you are on your feet.
All right. There's wetness on Oscar that might not have been from the slime. That sure made him sweat for if saying anything else. And I already used my bonus action to command the skeleton minion. So I'm going to, like, you said this thing has 10 feet reach, right?
Its tentacles do appear to be quite long.
Okay, so if it has 10 feet reach, I won't get attack of opportunity if I'm still within 10 feet. So I will go behind the skeleton minion.
Okay.
And and I'm gonna crouch behind it.
So
look terrible.
I am going to. Okay, so I'm going to default to you guys on this one here because I'm at a quandary. And this is me. So it also has a bite attack with the reach of 5 feet. I understand what you're doing with the tentacle. So I wonder. I'll tell you what. I'm going to give it a 50-50. Nope. He would have won the tentacle. So you're good for now.
Okay, and I'm gonna stay where I am, and hope and pray. And that's my turn.
Okay. Keith, you're up.
Were you curious about AOs? Oh, it had its turn again, so. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I was going to make a bite attack, but it was a 50-50, so he passed. It's all good. I'll look into that too. So, Keith, you're up there.
I think
Alright.
you're right. If it has a different one that has a different range, I think it still counts. I'm not sure, but I think you're right, Frog.
I think it would, because it's the same that applies for weaponry.
Okay. So I'm going to move 10 this way. If it lets me. I'm going to shoot my bow at the damn thing.
Absolutely. Roll that one for me.
Will do.
Well, you have
Oh,
to re-roll ones anyway,
Uh,
so
21. Oh, you're right. She could re-roll once.
And I get a sneak attack because there's people around him.
Absolutely. Roll your damage as your arrow sinks into this body for 10 pierce.
And I'm going to move right back.
Amazing.
And that's my turn.
This creature is starting to look awfully hurt at the moment. Still sticking and still kicking, but looking pretty rough. Azar is up.
What was that?
it's Azar's turn.
All right, that's with that. 1 second. He's going to go ahead and take a shot like normal. $11 to hit.
11 does not do it as the arrow flies past into the darkness.
That'll be the end of his turn.
All right, Cal.
Cal is going to continue attacking the big guy.
Oh my God! As all those, there's no advantage on these, right?
Not unless we get it from flanking. No.
No.
They both miss.
All of that misses as you slash and slash. You just hitting nothing but air. These tentacles are just whipping around so fast. It seems to almost inadvertently parry your blade attack. Would that be your turn?
Yes, that's his turn, and he is no longer marked.
All right, Frog Hemoth is having none of that, guys. You know what? The Frog Hemoth, you hear a gurgle kind of building up in its throat. It whips out this long, sticky tongue towards you.
That's not good.
I need a strength saving throw, please. And roll high, buddy.
Who was it towards?
This is Cal.
Okay.
1 sec. Sorry, that was which one?
Strength saving throw, please. Unfortunately, that's not the number I'm looking for. This
Can
sticky...
I burn in... never mind, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please. If you have inspiration,
Can I go ahead and burn the inspiration for it?
go ahead.
And does that make me use a 17, or do I re-roll it?
You'd have to re-roll it.
Re-roll.
Oh
I'll
my God. Dude, that just saved your ass. So this tongue kind of comes out, and it wraps around your sword. Like you catch it with your sword in a way. It's sticky, right? And it kind of wraps around your sword, and you pull the sword quick towards your hip, and it slices the tongue a little bit, and it kind of whips right back into its mouth. This fucking lucky son of a bitch. Yeah, dude, because that DC was literally 19. Dude, that's crazy. All right, cool. So, oh man, what is this frog gonna do? You know what? I'm gonna do something real quick here. Wow. Talk about fight or flight. So it's staying. Okay. That takes us to Fate.
I'm gonna scoot you on over here. Rapier, send. Of course it hits, another 20. I'm gonna bob
course it hits
right
with
back where I
send.
was.
Um, 23 absolutely hits, and that's 20 total.
Yep.
All right, as you're slicing through, this creature is barely standing, but is still technically standing. All right, would that be your turn?
Basil, I slid back behind Callaghan.
Senra.
Tired of this fucking thing and slice it a bunch of times. Just whole flurry.
End it.
I think that's all hit.
They sure do.
That's
5,
10,
12,
19,
21.
21. She just fucking died. Slicing a few times.
You're continually cutting the edges and legs and belly and the sides of this creature. It's still standing, but its legs are shaky.
Fine. That's it.
All right, Oscar.
Okay, I'm gonna have the Skeleminion go behind it, go around and behind it, and I'm gonna have, and then I'm going to move 5 feet forward. I'm gonna have the Skeleminion attack. Um, I want to do the drain thing, but this is not the time. The Skeleminion will attack first, and it gets a +1 from the flank. So this is the Skeleminion's attack. Did it go through? Yeah, it
That
did.
absolutely does. It bites on the hind end of this creature and tears a huge chunk. The frog skeleton tries to swallow it like it would naturally do, but the chunk of flesh just falls through as there's no esophagus or skin, and it just kind of falls through the bottom jaw of this fucking skelefrog.
All right, and seeing that it's still alive, I'm going to attack with a booming blade and make my attack. Oh wait, let me add the flank. Boom, there's the flank. Arcane jab. Oh shit, that sucks.
17 does hit, however.
No, that's not that. That wasn't my attack. That was the
Oh, that was Skeleminion?
frog. Yeah,
Oh, my bad.
my attack was the 11.
Oh, the 11. Then, yeah, you're right. You hit the ground. You kind of biff it a little bit under. You're still kind of recovering for that massive hit across your arms and shoulders.
I wanted payback. But seeing that my endeavor did not work, um, oh, I forgot that's how that works. I'm going. That's did it already didn't tackle? Oh, you know what? Skeleminion's going to lead. Oh, sorry, I grabbed the wrong thing.
It's okay. I
Uh,
got you. Just drop it. I got you.
the Skeleminion is going to leave its range.
It's going to take an absolute attack.
How much movement does that have? Because it circled all the way
Oh,
around.
you're
Oh,
right.
you're right. It did do 30 feet already.
Yeah.
Fuck.
5, 10,
Sorry.
15, 20,
Thanks
25,
for
30. Yep.
keeping me honest, Senator. I forgot about that.
No worries.
It's good because I missed my opportunity attack anyway.
Well, I'm going to go over here and regret so much because I forgot that I can't disengage when I command the Skeleminion. And yeah, there's my regret.
All right, Keith, take us home.
All right, I'm gonna come out. So I can move my thing. 1 second. Okay, back to where I was and aiming.
Kill it, Case.
That was a short sword attack. You got to make a short bow
Oh,
attack.
wrong one.
The 23 absolutely slams into this creature.
So with center there, it's close enough for sneak attack, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of us.
Okay, so I just want. Oh yeah, duh.
Go ahead and roll your damage. How do you kill it?
Is his tongue out?
Sure.
Okay, so when the moment he cause I know he did the tongue thingy. So the moment I saw that, I just took my arrow and just cleaned right through, and it's just bleeding profusely from the tongue.
So you slice off the tongue.
Yeah.
And it begins to bleed, and it squirts, kind of like if you cut an eel in half. It kind of.
Yep. And it goes everywhere.
Sure. Let me get a dex save from Senra, Oscar, Cal, and Skeleminion.
The Skeleminion doesn't even try to avoid it.
Okay.
But I sure as fuck will. Dex save.
All right, and I need Cal's deck save.
Getting it.
All right, so
Oh, I get advantage.
that's perfectly
That's
fine.
better.
Yeah, so perfect. So yeah, Cal, you get covered in frog hemoth goo from his tongue as it thwips blood in all directions. So you got Applejack got frog guts and frog hemoth blood all over it, and you got a little bit of that blood tarnishing your armor as well as the creature falls over on the ground. It rumbles the ground a little bit. Because the ground is ooey gooey wet, it kind of sloshes as displacement of its weight onto the soft ground just kind of squishes water in all directions like a little AoE water bomb thingy. It falls dead, and that is the end of combat.
I'm sick of almost dying every day.
I'm going back to the fire.
Yeah, I'm a little wet. Can I cut open its stomach?
Yeah, sure you can.
Cool. It's established at this fact. All of these things eat everything, which means there could be cool stuff in its stomach. It tried to swallow us whole. It might have like it might have like a king in there or something. I don't know. Um, what type of check should I make,
You don't
or
need to make
do
a
I need
check. I mean,
one?
you're cutting open a belly. Just give me one moment. I wasn't anticipating that, so let me just do something real quick.
I feel so gross. I wish I need to, guys. I need to make potions. I don't get how we've been adventuring for so long without a healer. God, oh wait, we have one. Wait, Azar, help me, please. I'm almost dead.
Okay. That's random, but okay. So, you slide your blade from sternum to groin on this creature. As you hit the pressurized juices in its belly, it kind of squirts out at you. You don't get hit with acid belly, but it squirts just over your shoulder and begins to kind of dribble down, almost like you're slowly stabbing into a tire, and it just slowly as the air kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Calibrates, it neutralizes whatever, you know what I mean, the outside air pressure from the inside. I forgot the exact word, it escapes me, but you know what I'm talking about.
Decompresses?
Thank you. It decompresses on the inside and it squirts as you continue to slice it over or open rather. The rest of it begins to spill out. You see a pair of boots, some cloth, a partially digested backpack, some bones. The bones seem to be a variety of bones. I'll leave it at that. And a dagger where the handle would have been, or the hilt of the dagger. Whatever wasn't metallic has been digested, so it's just the metal parts of the blade.
Okay. I'll pull the stuff out that hasn't fully digested, bring it towards the fire, and then examine it as I take out my backpack and also make sure the egg's okay.
Sure. Roll me a D100 on your egg. I had actually planned to do that. Egg looks fine.
Oh, thank God. Oh, I'm never gonna not be invisible again. Every time we fight, I'm just gonna be invisible. I promise. Uh, uh. Is there, is I have so many regrets, little one. I have so many regrets. I almost died. Azar, please help me. Also, what was in the? Was any of the stuff any good that I found?
I mean, the boots, they're leather boots. They're partially digested. The backpack itself seems to have things rattling around. The bag is very well on its way of digestion. It's slimy. It's coated and kind of this sticky substance. You're able to tear it open with relative ease as it falls over. I shit you not. This is what I rolled. Another bag spills out. It looks to be like a cheese bag. Inside the cheese bag, there are these 3 hunks of gooey substances. They smell of basically they're 3 small cheeses, wheels of cheeses, but because of the process of digestion, they're like melted gelatinous cheese wheels, and they stink really bad. On top of that, there seems to be a 2-gallon cask that seems to be completely sealed. The wood on the outside, it's in the process of being digested. It hasn't gone all the way through, so the cask still seems to be intact. On top of that, a quiver,
Bless you.
a qui- a quiver, also pops out of this bag. It's a small quiver, seems to be of bolts. There's about 20 bolts in them, but they're like damn near slimed together.
Okay. Is there anything that I found that what did not have any digestion damage at all?
I mean, the 2-gallon cask seems to be sealed. So, and it feels like there's something in there. Perhaps whatever's in there might fit that description.
And it's a liquid on the inside, right?
I mean, you shake it. It doesn't seem to slosh.
I guess I'll toss the other stuff that's Oh, did you say that there was a cloth too, or was that like
The cheese wheels were inside of like a
oh,
cheesecloth.
okay. Okay, yeah. So I take all the gross stuff and put it off to next to the body, and then I'll head over and I go like and I open up the cast.
Sure, the cask itself weighs about 36 pounds as you kind of roll it and prop it upright. And you use, I guess, some sort of sharp instrument to kind of pry it open a little bit. As you pry open the partially digested wood on the outside, you hear like a seal. And as you open it up, this creamy yellow substance is there. You recognize the substance. It's 2 gallons of butter.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever found in something's stomach. Hey guys, do you want some butter? I guess.
You got
I'm
any
just gonna-
bread?
No, we have rations. You could use it for whatever bread's in your rations.
Oh, I don't want any butter.
I didn't think so. And I'm going to go clean myself off and walk away from the cheese and the butter. This is the most. So I thought when you mentioned the cheese, I know that there's like in the D&D community, there's like a gag item that's like essentially a bag of holding, but it just has cheese in it. And I thought that's what I thought that like has infinite cheese, and I thought that's what you were saying.
No. It's like one of those porous little cheese bags.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna that's yeah, I'm gonna go.
That was a legit roll, by the way, guys. Like legitimate. That was there. So yeah, there's that.
Fucking butter.
Yeah. So all right. So the butter seems to be intact. So you're welcome to shovel handfuls of butter into your gullets if you wish. But yeah, guys. So what's the plan?
I'm gonna go back over to the fire, sit back down, and finish what I was doing.
All right. I assume you're going to continue with the camp.
Yeah, everything's mostly in order.
Azar, please heal me.
Have you looked at Azar? He's not doing so well himself either.
Azar, please heal yourself and then heal me. I'm actually it only lasts 2 hours, so I'll cast spare the dying, not spare the dying, a spell on myself to get hit points or temporary hit points.
Cal, you with it?
What's the spell? False life.
Seems like Cal might be AFK. All right, so that being said, I assume everyone is going to continue on with their potential long rests. All right, cool. You guys hunker, rotating. The night itself is slightly breezed with a slight chill in the air. The canopy covers much of the sky. So as far as stargazing is concerned, it's not an option. But knowing the wildlife in this forest can be what it was, many of you on your watches are hyper vigilant as time passes through the night. The first light of the day cracks through the canopy, sparkling the moisture on the leaves as they begin to twinkle like little LEDs on the treetops. The morning birds chirping, squawking, rustling in the treetops, coming to the ground, looking for some worms or any kind of nocturnal creatures that haven't quite hidden away for the day yet. Senra, there's an earthworm wriggling next to you.
I look at it for a second, then whatever.
As you turn your head, a blue jay flies down to grab this worm. It's literally 2 feet away from you.
But humming the circle of life.
The bird picks up the worm.
Yeah.
And flies off. Fate, where's your head at?
Yeah, he's just looking around at everyone, seeing how they're all like filthy, but his clothes are like unscathed at all. So he's just kind of chilling, waiting to get the show back on the road again.
Cal, you back yet?
Yeah, I'm back now.
Applejack seems to be awfully ornery as well as Ginger.
I'm going to go ahead and take them aside and start trying to clean them.
Sure.
Brush them down.
There is a water source nearby. It's murky water, but it's water. As especially Applejack seems to be covered in a bunch of shit. But yeah, you're able to go do that. Why don't you roll me an animal handling, please? Fantastic. Applejack kind of nudges you with its nose a little bit.
I'll go and get one of the apples and give it to him.
Absolutely.
Scratch his nose.
As you hold the apple at the base of his mouth, the lips reach out and you hear the crunching of the apple. The dribble from the apple kind of hits your hands a little bit, and kind of apple juice basically kind of, falls through your fingertip as you kind of use your right hand and you start kind of petting the snout of this creature, up and down or between the eyes. Kind of scratch him behind the ear a little bit, and it kind of does that little horse kind of head shake thing that they do. Not a quite, but you know what I mean. And it seems like Applejack's really appreciates it. Kaith, you see Applejack's eating. Ginger, tied to the cart, I imagine, or to something nearby, seems to be, not thrilled, as it does seem to be stomping on the ground a little bit here and there.
I'm gonna search my bag to see if I have anything.
Sure.
One second. It appears I don't have anything that a horse would like.
So as you push past all the magic items in your bag, you find no food.
Not for a horse. Is there grass?
Oh my god, yeah, you're in a swamp.
No, I'm gonna like find some random grass and just like pluck it and like try to feed it to the horse.
Sure. Unbeknownst to you, you grab a handful of lemongrass. And the horse, you hear the grass kind of crunching between its molars and teeth. And you hear that whole. It neighs a little bit and seems to appreciate your gesture. Why don't you roll me an animal handling as well? Okay, fantastic. Oscar,
What's up?
everyone's waking up. The fire's
Mhm.
crackling almost over here. Senra kind of looks over, sees a blue jay fly away. You got Cal feeding Applejack. You got Kaith feeding Ginger. You kind of look over to your egg. You place your hand on the egg, almost as if you're
Mhm.
stroking it a little bit. On the top side, it's cold. But as your hand kind of slides to the bottom side of the egg, the temperature's changed. It's warmer on the bottom side, almost as if that's where the creature is.
I'm going to like have my hand like pressed against that and like just think like uh oh, I can't wait to meet you, little buddy. We'll be family. Well, we'll go on so much adventures. Oh, it's gonna be so great. Just he's just think he's being in contact with it, just thinking thoughts of that manner, like happy thoughts, excited, protective, that type of thing.
Absolutely.
Uh, and he'll uh I guess I'll continue my work on the hilt for the for uh for the dagger while everyone's finishing getting ready to go.
All right. Azar himself can be heard chanting to himself, very under his breath, praying as you all gain the benefits of a long rest. Your Skelefrog is still nearby, I imagine.
Yeah, I kept it over there in case something attacked.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I think that was everybody's morning ritual. I said everybody, right? Senra. Fate, you said you were just chilling, right?
Yep.
All right, guys. So what's the plan? We're heading on out?
Definitely heading out.
Yeah, get out of here.
All right.
Fortunate there was only butter. Damn. Let's get out of here. This forest sucks.
Are you taking the butter with you, or are you just leaving it?
No. Do you guys want to bring the butter? I don't.
I don't care about the butter. Just leave it. Maybe someone else will have use for it.
Hmm.
All right. As you leave the open container of butter, I'm sure there'll be some woodland creatures coming around to
Ghetto beast.
lap that up. Awesome. All right. Let me pull up my map. Continue to head through the forest. At this point, you've traveled yet another hour through the woods, and the swampland is turning to much more solid land. Um, who has a passive perception over 13?
I don't currently.
Mine's exactly 13.
Senra, you smell smoke.
Hmm. Am I able to tell a direction?
Uh, you know, I'll give you an investigation. Give me over a 14, and I'll say you're able to at least get an idea which direction it's coming from.
Oh, that's lovely.
Beautiful.
Okay,
Yeah, it's coming from that way, north.
sure, that way. Uh, Smoke coming from the ahead of us to the north. No idea what it is. Looking in the sky, are they like Be able to
Yes.
see any plumes?
Absolutely. So awesome. So yes. So you guys are heading east towards Milidar. You smell it, right? And then you look over your left shoulder, and it's faint. It's a faint smell. But as you creak through. What the fuck does that even mean? As you peer through breaks in the canopy, there absolutely seems to be smoke, not that far off, and there's a lot of it.
Does anybody have a map of this area?
I have a map. I don't know. I I'd pull out my um my map that I
We
got
do
from
know where
the
we're
island.
going, though, right? Where are we going? I don't remember.
Milodar.
Villadar.
So, out of character, to give you guys some context on your journey here, let me change my pen real quick. 1 second. All right, pen tool. So, you guys are obviously the blue cube, which actually you guys would be over a little bit more now. But your destination is Mirladar. Can you even see the white pen? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, generally, where that X is kind of your destination. You guys are inherently roughly here at this point. And as you look to the north, Senra, you see plumes of smoke seeming to come from that kind of location, that circle. You see the circle?
I do. There's no immediate towns on the map, so could be other travelers. Do we want to just check it out or just go? Every time we get sidetracked, it always takes more time.
It's a lot of smoke for travelers.
Could also be the swamp on fire for all I know, but
Um,
Now, mind you, just because the map doesn't show civilizations here, it's because they're not marked on this map.
yeah.
You're unaware of neighboring towns or villages or what have you. But just I wanted to make sure there was context for that. That's all.
Yeah,
how
but
far
just like maps at the time
is the
would show
smoke?
every town either, so
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just basing what information we have.
Yep.
How far does the smoke seem to be from us?
Not that far.
Point it out now.
Yeah,
so.
you point. It's literally, it's not that far at all. Maybe less than a half-hour walk.
Well, why don't we, like, it's not completely. We still have to go eastwards, and it's like east. It's still east from our direction, so we won't exactly be
No,
sidetracking.
it's north. We will be sidetracking.
Oh, I didn't see the circle. I only saw the end of it. I thought he did just a spot, so it is directly north. Eh, do we hear it? Do we hear anything? Like any screams or any? Can I
Not
make a
not from
perception
the
check?
not from this range. I mean, you're welcome to make a perception check. That's fine. Yeah. In fact, go ahead. Roll me a perception.
Okay. Perceptione.
With a 15, you don't hear scream. What you do hear is talking.
Hmm. Guys, I hear some people talking. Um, maybe we should take a look and be wary while we do it.
Sandra Cave? Do you think?
I mean, I'm cool with going to check it out.
All right, Keith. I'm pretty sure you're gonna try doing the stealth thing. I imagine.
Yes,
All right, make it
Sandra's
so.
gonna jump down itself as well.
Absolutely. Sure. You guys both lower your frames and continue towards the audible sound. Um, the conversation itself is in common. One voice is kind of rough, like, "Rawr, yeah, can't wait to get some in my belly this morning. Things of that nature. A reply, which sounds more of a feminine voice as you get closer, becomes more apparent. It's absolutely a feminine voice. And it also seems to be more than one, more than two, more than three, maybe even four or five voices. Eventually, Senra, you would be first as you kind of push back some low hanging tree brush, right? And you see what looks to be a small camp. By your best guess, there's about 7 occupants of this camp. Um, yeah, so Kaith, you coming on the opposite side, staying low to the ground in stealth as well. You smell what smells like some sort of cooking meat over campfire, as the aroma kind of fills your nose, and quite honestly, it smells pretty good. Nevertheless, you see a female human holding on a stick what looks like maybe a squirrel or some sort of small game, being roasted over a fire. They seem to converse amongst themselves. They seem to be speaking about a camp and how they wish they were back in the original camp, and something about like this flaming skull and people fighting and whatnots. They seem to be just sharing tales of that.
Does it look like they have any uniforms on or anything?
They do not. In fact, they seem to be quite ragtag, poor. They seem to be vagrants of that kind of atmosphere. Street urchin looking, poor, living off the land kind of situation.
So I turn to Senra and like really quietly whisper if we should engage in conversation or just go back and tell everybody.
I would just go back and leave them. They don't really seem like much of a threat. They may know what was going on further north, though. They may be running from it.
I mean, if they're coming from the north, they could give us insight on what's going on and we could decide if we can help or not.
That's what I was thinking.
They start to speak. I don't know what that was, but if we see her again, we gonna need to run further away. Man, I hope the fires don't spread down here.
You stay back. I'll try something. And Senna will sneak around a bit from where she was with Kate.
Sure.
And then make her way out of the bush, making a bit more noise than really needed.
Yeah. Okay.
Making myself known, more or less.
Yeah, absolutely. The elf ears perk as he kind of looks over his shoulders. Did you hear that? What was it? What was it? I'm gonna go check it out. Stay here. Stay here. This elven man stands and, not realizing that you have eyes on him, he doesn't see you quite yet, kind of tiptoes towards the noise. He pulls out like this really shoddy like stick, like a makeshift club, and he kind of creeps closer and closer, and he's about 10 feet away from you at this point. Hasn't quite seen you yet, but he's probably going to see you real soon.
I just stand up.
Ah! Ah!
Calm down.
What
You're not gonna hurt anyone with that thing.
do you want? What do you want?
I want information, and it sounds like you guys probably have some. And I'll just walk over towards the fire.
The rest of the crew are startled. Are you from the camp too? I don't recognize you. How'd you get
What camp
away?
you're talking about? You mentioned a fire in the north. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah. Look, and he kind of points to the sky, and this it seems like a wall of smoke, and not that far off in range, through some of the kind of tree lines, you can absolutely see what looks to be smoldering trees.
What caused that?
this crazy, eerie thing. I didn't see it well, but I mean, it happened like 2 or 3 days ago. There was this camp, right? So like this group of orcs pushes out of the Whitestone, right? And we came in, and this is one of the female humans talking. So we found this camp. There was a bunch of people, and we kind of had a home in the trees, and we were doing fine. Everyone came from different directions. Everyone was from different. There was even some tabaxi that were there. Really crazy, right? And out of nowhere, I mean, was just minding my business. I was collecting logs and wood with this weird kind of Warforged guy. It was really strange. And this skull came flying through the trees. And it crashed in the middle of the camp, and it created this cloud, this big kaboom, and then this woman started eating her kid and somebody else, and then they were like chewing on each other's skin. It was crazy. We just left. And then in the distance there was this person, and he was covered in fire, and then the tree started to burn. We just ran.
That's probably the better option. Do you know if anybody else got out?
Just us that we're aware, but we were kind of scattered.
So it sounds like the whole place is already lost then.
I don't know. I don't know. We're here. We've been here for, I don't know, what guys? Yeah, about 3 or 4 days.
Well, as you pointed out, you may want to move further away because the fire is approaching.
It seems to not come much closer. We've been watching it for a couple days now. We've been starting our campfire with some of the timbers from there. But it seems to burn. It just burns. Yeah, I don't understand. It's really eerie, really.
It burns but does not progress, is what you're saying?
It appears that way. I don't know about the eastern or western sides, but it hasn't come closer from here. If anything, the fire is almost like a natural barrier. I hope there's other people that are safe.
Was that town that you mentioned one that you all created, or is it one that it already exists in the woods there?
Well, we were kind of... It's difficult, right? Because we got pushed out. I mean, we're from the Whitestone, just outside of Millardar. Up in the tops there, there's a kind of a tribe that we came from. We weren't from their tribe, but they were like, I don't know, half giant people, strange stuff. But they got attacked and overrun. We ran there, and we came here, and we met in the deserts there, the sands of the sun, and we came across you. Yeah, Oren and Gatuya. And we huddled up, and then we met over. We ran to this kooky, weird old man, and he told us of a place that was safe for now. And people just kept on showing up. So we pooled resources, what little we could find from the trees, and I guess you could have called it a home, I guess, until it burned.
So do you know if there's anything that would have drawn such violence that would have enticed whoever is attacked to do so?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. I collected twigs for the wall, and you should have seen them. They were just eating each other. It's just crazy.
It certainly sounds like a lot. But if the fire's not moving, then maybe you're safe. But if you're trying to run, you probably shouldn't stay in the same location for too long. I wish you luck with it, and Sentinel will turn to should give a single hand wave and head back into the forest.
Wait, wait, wait. You're not going to just leave us here, are you? Yeah, we could really. You have any food or anything? Yeah, we haven't really had much more than a squirrel here or there. I found some berries 2 days ago, but tiny.
Squirrel's still pretty good. But here, and she'll reach into her back and leave 4 rations that she has. She'll just throw them to 4 of them at random, 1 each.
Thank you. You don't happen to have any more, do you? I don't want to sound pushy. I'm sorry, but we're kind of hungry. We don't know what to do or where to go.
I do, but I'm going on my own way, and I need my own supplies.
So, Kaith, you are close enough to hear the majority of this conversation.
So being that Senra asked me to stay, I'm not really going to go in and intrude in the conversation at all, so I'm just going to wait for her to come back.
Okay. Miss, please don't leave us, says the elven woman.
We'll see. Stay here, and I'll discuss with my compatriots. And then I'll
There's
start
more
to
of
head
you?
off.
Do they have food?
If you want our help, then do the first thing of doing what I said for now. We have our own goals and purposes, and we'll may be able to do what we can, but I can't promise anything.
Okay, just please don't leave us.
And she'll kind of nod and head into the forest. And as soon as she can, she'll go back into stealth and meet up with Cave.
Sure thing.
For stealth, I suppose.
I'm sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're gonna pass it anyway. These guys aren't fighters or warriors or anything. So yeah. All right. You absolutely kind of go back behind the same bush you walked out of, and almost instantly are able to obscure yourself.
Okay, so I double back around and meet up with Cave. Did you get all that?
Yeah, I heard it all. It's kind of actually pretty sad and puzzling at the same time.
Yeah, definitely both. I don't know sure why that village of theirs would be attacked, but they just sound like regular refugees.
We can't afford to help them all, though.
No,
We
we
could
can't.
barely help ourselves.
What do you think about going back? Well, I guess the better question is, when we go back to the group, do we even tell them about them? This is basically extra baggage we'd be potentially taking on. And like you said, we're already in a dangerous situations plenty of times. And we can't protect everyone.
I'd just rather not lie about what we found and what we heard, as it may become useful on our walk to Milidar.
That seems fair. And head back and I'll fill them in.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. So when we get back, I'll inform everybody else about all that was mentioned.
All right, Cal, Fate, Oscar, you are debriefed on everything that Senra heard there.
They basically seem just like refugees. Poor, beaten people that are trying to get away and survive.
How long has it been since we left the camp?
You mean beaten?
No,
Or not
like
beaten, Bestow?
no, like the where we left the butter.
Oh, less than a day. Maybe a couple hours.
A couple hours. We could send them there. I mean, there's those frogs they can eat and the butter. We could also just point them in the direction of Bestow. They can head there.
Bestow would be a good place for them all.
We could I mean, if we really felt giving, we could like lend them, or well, I guess in this case would be less lending, but pass over one of the horses or one of the ponies. Well, it'd have to be one of the horses. And let them use that to, help get them down there. Like if someone gets tired or whatever.
I feel like
But
they're definitely going to ask for us to take them there instead of just pointing them in the direction.
that's we're on a bit of a timeline here. We don't
I'm
know
in
how
agreement with
long.
that.
That's good. We don't know how long my dad's forces are supposed to be attacking there. The place might be destroyed if we don't get like every day matters, and that would entail us to essentially losing another 4 days because we'd have to travel 2 days back and then 2 days to get just here. So, um,
I think it's best to just point them in the right direction. Maybe provide some food.
Point him to Pastel, give him a ration, and let's go.
I gave them 4 rations already.
Then all we gotta do is point him, point him the direction, and let's move.
how about you, Senra, since you interacted with them already? How about you go bring them over here, and a couple of us will try to find some game and we'll toss it their way after we get here. Um, we just have to be wary of one thing. There's a bunch of them, and they're at their wits' end. They might try some shit. So we
As
should.
he's sorry, go ahead.
No, well, what?
I was gonna say, as he's mentioning that, can I retroactively or in response to it do an insight to check to see if they were sincere in their
Yeah,
whole
that's
situation?
fine. Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight. I mean, a 14, it's not clear to see that these people are desperate. They seem to be, well, they let you know that they're basically starving. And everywhere in north of them seems to be on fire. Um, they don't travel much outside, so yeah, they're not doing too well.
Yeah.
It's a fair
So
point. They did mention that they were from one of the tribes near. I think it's the place we're going. Out of character, I can't remember. Five names.
It's in the Whitestone Mountains. 2 or 3 of them had mentioned that they come from. I said half giant before. I meant to say like a
Goliath.
Goliath tribe.
Mm.
One of them has markings of a Goliath, but he's not a Goliath. He's actually a human. Yeah, he's ragtag as well.
They may have information about that location that we could trade for food.
All right. Oscar like puts his the stuff he's using to whittle away. I'll go. Um,
I can bring them
Fate.
here.
Yeah, you go bring them. Fate, let's go look for some game. And Cal, you stay here and protect the cart and the horses.
I can definitely do that.
Would you aid me as well, Kaith? Just so they don't, in case they try to stab me in the back or something.
Yeah, I'll go along.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, dividing and conquering. So, why don't we deal? Well, first, let me see, Cal. Cal, the whole time that you're watching, nothing interesting really happened. You may spot some free game marching by. Nothing crazy, like a little herd of deer or whatever they're called. I don't know if they're called herds, a pack, a travel, whatever they're called.
I
And
think
apparently I
herds,
missed
right?
them as well.
Say what?
And apparently I missed them as well.
You fucking throw a javelin. Yeah, you.
Azar's there too. He
Uh,
could try.
sure, Azar can make a shot, and yeah, it doesn't quite do.
Yo,
In
you guys
fact,
suck.
your actions startle them, and they begin to kind of into the fucking distance. Yeah, they're hauling ass. The little white tails flick up into the air a little bit. All right, cool. So that takes care of you guys. Who was out going to get game, Oscar?
Me and Fate.
You and Fate. All right. Why don't
Yep.
you both roll me a? All right, who's proficient with survival?
Not me.
I could be. Well, no, I was working on my whittling. I wouldn't have switched it, so I'm technic.
Okay.
Wait, actually, let me double check. Survival, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not currently. So,
You guys can give me both rolls survival with disadvantage then.
okay. Uh,
Fate with a 15, which is the number I was fucking looking for. With a 15, you come across on the because you're kind of like on you're out of the swampy area. It's still I wouldn't call it marshland, but there's definitely still the lower elevations of the woods in here are still kind of dank. You know what I mean? And you actually come across a decent sized turtle.
All right, I'm going to take my rapier out, walk up to it, and I'm just going to kind of skewer it.
Wait. Let me try something.
All right.
And can I flip the turtle over? Fate, help me flip it over.
It's not a tortoise. It's a turtle. It's like the size of a shoebox. It's a decent size.
Oh, then I'll just pick it up and stab it with the needle.
The second you stab this small turtle, it begins to wither and turn to dust.
Fuck! What?
What'd you think was gonna happen? That happened like earlier.
It was to a worm. I didn't think it happened to a turtle. I thought the worm just didn't have enough life force.
It's got
God
like
damn
1
it.
HP.
Shit!
God damn it, Oscar.
I'm sorry. Okay, I did it. I thought it was hardier than a worm. Okay, I'm sorry. Shit! And I like tossed the fucking shell on the floor. Damn it. Well, don't. There's not a lot of meat in a turtle anyway.
Shit.
Like-
Tell that to a starving man.
I won't. They won't ever know. And I fucking chuck it.
All right, which takes us now to Senra and Kaith. I'm assuming Kaith is gonna stay hidden again while Senra does the talking. I'm guessing is what's happening.
It's up to Keith.
No, I'll walk in with Senra.
Okay. Oh, my, you back? You didn't leave us. Thank you. Oh, yeah, we were taking bets. I lost.
Follow me.
One second. And as they kind of like grab little, I guess, makeshift backpacks or whatever few little possessions they have, and they kind of pack up. One of them kind of stomps out the small little smoldering fire they have, and kicks the dirt over real quick. All right, I'm coming.
We can help a little bit, but we have our own priorities that we need to attend to as well.
Anything's fine. Just as you know, though we're gonna starve to death out here. It's just amazing that anyone actually travels through here. We heard the swamps down here were pretty dangerous.
You have to keep your head about you.
There was a gentleman that rolled by 2 days ago. He said he was something of a dairy farmer. He didn't really have much time for us. He just walked through and kind of gave us his back.
Well,
Thank
way.
you. Thank you so much. And the 5 of them kind of, like I said, these guys are weak. They're not soldiers. They're not even farmers. They're nobody. And you know they're not quiet. You know they're just kind of marching through the tree lines with you.
Okay. And we'll lead them back, basically.
The female elf takes a little concern with you, Senator. What are these scars?
Distractions.
I agree, they are distracting, but why? What are they?
They're what happens to flesh after it gets cut and heals.
Oh my. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm sorry.
No offense.
And she promptly shuts the fuck up. All right, so you guys make your way. At this point, the wagon is visible, let's say 30 feet away, where you see to your left Oscar and Fate heading back from the wood line. Empty-handed, it seems.
I'll wave over to Cal first,
I'll wave back.
leading him over that way with Keith. These are the ones mentioned. From the look of those two, they were not successful.
Nope, we didn't find a single thing.
Really? There was a bunch of deer over here earlier.
Shit. Where'd they go?
He points everywhere.
Fuck.
And I hear that, right?
Yeah, of course. You're
So
right.
I'm just gonna say, well, Oscar, maybe they smelt you before you got there.
Maybe.
As
a
Oscar
possibility.
gets closer to these refugees, one of them in particular, the human female, and just because I can't, her name is Gatuya. Gatuya is how the random name generator says. So Gatuya kind of winces a little bit and kind of takes her index finger and closes one of her nostrils with like the knuckle. Like, whew, what's that smell?
A curse.
Don't let him lie to you. He has a religious fascination with not washing. He's from far away.
Whew.
Senra, I wash myself more than you do.
And I thought,
I literally cleaned myself last night. What are you
And
Are
talking about?
you saying that you know how often I bathe?
and I thought Galung
That's
smelled
a
bad.
trap.
Hey. Hi, guys. Thank you for helping.
I'll go try to find some food then, while all of you talk. And she'll head off into the forest to get food.
Sure.
So
Why don't you passively roll me? You are proficient with survival, though, right?
No.
Oh, I thought you were proficient. Just roll me a passive survival with disadvantage, please, while everyone's talking.
so in regards to you guys, there's a about well, and Oscar like pulls out his map. He's like, all right, so we're here, and about here, um, will be like a little camp that we had just made. That there's a couple giant frog corpses, um, as well as a giant frog monster corpse, and a sealed cask of butter. So, in regards to some quick food, that's about an hour away. If you guys just hoofed it that way. Um, and if you go from there, uh, what direction would it be? Southward? So if you continue west up till that point, and then is the purple one Bastow? Like, where's Bastow on the map?
It would be roughly right around where this X is on the shoreline.
Yeah, so if essentially if you just continue westward, you'll get out of these woods uh within like another like 3 hours. And then once you're out of the woods, it's less than a day to get to a town called Bastow. Um, and just tell them that Cal and Oscar and Senra and blah blah blah. We found you guys and sent you that way because you looked really, really hungry. And you can pay us back by helping you guys look like when you're not starving to be pretty apt. So help protect the town while we're gone, and they should feed you.
Roll me persuasion, please.
Okay. Persuasion. Boom. 23.
I haven't heard of this Bestow before. And you say it's that way, west? Do I
Yep,
just
essentially. Sorry.
do I just follow the trail here and Well, yeah, dummy. Of course you're gonna follow the trail. They just came from there. But don't yell at me. I don't know.
But yeah,
How do? What if there's things?
avoid them. I mean, we killed the only monster we've seen, and that was only last night. So and we didn't see any on the way here, and that was an hour. It's been an hour since we left. Well, actually, now given that we had to wait, it's probably been about 2 hours since we left. So that's still a decent window of time for nothing to show up. If you guys just continue that way, you can grab some. The meat shouldn't have rotted terribly bad from those giant frogs by now, so you can hurriedly cook them up and eat the butter. The butter has a lot of calories, so it should give you guys energy. And then you could just hoof it out of once you get out of the woods, it's just a clear like fields until you get to Bastow.
I mean, it sounds easy enough, but I hate to ask. We have nothing to defend ourselves with. Do you have any weapons to spare?
Um
Yeah,
uh
weapons sound great. It'll definitely help us out. I mean, unless we follow you guys to where you're going.
yeah, that'll well, we're on a sort of time crunch. We're trying to save another town. Here, Oscar hands them one of his daggers. And back at the camp, there's another dagger that's sitting next to the cask too that you can use. Um, do you guys have any extra weapons to, you know, share with the class?
They kind of shake their heads like they don't have anything.
No, no, I was talking to the party.
I went hunting, so
That's true. So, um, let me see. Do I have an extra? I gave them my dagger.
The female elf looks over at Fate, kind of like, you know, eyes are kind of glazed over. Is do you have a weapon you can spare? Something? Anything?
Don't have anything. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
You ever used a sling before?
Is that like the thing that shoots rocks?
Well, it flings rocks, but yes.
No. I mean,
Uh,
I saw one of the people in camp use one of them.
hmm. Oscar like sits down, thinks. Um, it would take me too long to make a bow. Guys, you guys got any ideas? No, just me? Okay.
It appears
Um,
that way.
okay, since we're waiting, could I consider this a short rest and change my
Sure.
um
Yeah, I'd say
okay.
you guys would. It will take Senra about an hour to come back. Which, by the way, roll me a d20, Senra.
sure.
You are welcome to choose your flavor of vegetation that you bring 13 back of.
What was I gonna Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thinking on that. So
Yep. Well, you are walking back towards with your hands filled with 13 blanks.
32. So yeah, I'm just gonna change my proficient. Well, actually, I already had woodcutter's tool, so that might apply. But yeah, I'm going to change my tool proficiency to um. I guess I'll change it to like I might not even have to change it. I'm just gonna stick with woodcarver's tools and make them some makeshift like wooden spears with like
Well, it's going to take time. You can definitely find sticks and just sharpen the tips. I'm okay with that. That shouldn't take too much time. But anything outside of that would take a decent amount more time to achieve.
Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. Like put like a slit, like so. I actually know a way to make like pretty decent like spears. Like you like cut it on in a cross pattern, and then you put like two sticks in between the cross pattern and tie it to make it a four-pronged like
Yeah,
stabbing weapon.
it's like a pylon.
Yeah, so I'll make some of those, and for one of them, I'll like take the dagger that I gave and like stick it into that and
All
wrap
right.
it up, and then
Roll your tool proficiency for me.
okay. Which stat should I use?
I mean, honestly, it sounds to me like you need to know your way around making this and making it effective. So let's just use your wisdom.
Okay, so that's a +1 so that's plus 4, and I'm just gonna
You come back with like potatoes and carrots and some other root-based ones.
Sure, there's absolutely wild carrots that can grow in this forest, as well as potato. I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah.
all right,
Get a
and here,
simple stew
oof,
going.
Gotcha.
uh,
Okay. And all
yeah,
this kind of happens within the context of an hour as Senator is whittling, doing his thing. Not Senator, excuse me. Oscar is kind of creating these little pylums, or pelums. I forgot the exact phrasing of that. Senator, you're going to start whipping together some sort of a stew, you said?
Yeah, something simple.
Okay. Fate, how do you plan on spending the next, like, hour or two?
Gonna get the cart ready for travel.
Okay. You check on the ponies, the back. You lift open the back again to. Sorry, I'll tell you guys what I just saw in a second here. You look at the back, you see the Warforged body and head are still kind of in the back, as well as the one arm. And they're definitely dried now, but the dirt still very much matted onto it and rusty. Cal, what are you doing for the next hour or two?
He said he had to go.
Oh, he dipped. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, about 10
Let's
minutes ago.
let's just say he's doing his thing, and that will. And Keith, what are you gonna do for the next hour or two?
Probably just forage, ugh, or look for small animals.
All right. Why don't we do that real quick? Roll a survival check. Are you proficient with survival?
No,
No. Go with disadvantage, please.
I'm already disadvantaged.
All right. With an 8. Yeah, you come back empty-handed, unfortunately. But Senra found shit, so that's happening. Nevertheless, guys, out of respect, and I'm trying to be more timeful on our games here, we're actually 15 minutes over. This is a decent place to curtain call for tonight's session.
Sounds good.
Absolutely, guys. Let me kill the stream. We'll do our quick little end of game wrap up, and